know you're the worrying kind. Is there any way, or do you like not being found? In time the light will fade. Don't you know I worry about you all the time?
Don't really have a reason why, but I don't even have to try.
I'm hoping what I said could make you change your mind, though it doesn't really matter when my hands are tied. I'm trying to walk across the bridges that I've burned. My only way to you is gone, the tide has turned. So give me a light, show me what I need. I know I'm blind, but I hear symphonies of your heartbeat. Trapped inside, I forgot to look beyond, I see the other side. So give me a light, show me what I need.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you have your seatbelts on because after the roller coaster ride that we had in the game prior, I wouldn't blame you if you guys feel a little sick. I wouldn't blame if some of you even threw up because damn, my stomach felt uncomfortable throughout that entire journey.
True.
We are going to embark on a new journey though. The last game is over. Now we get to see who our second upper bracket finalists are going to be and who is going to join in that matchup. There is absolutely no doubt that Kingsman deserved that spot. Now, all eyes are towards our next two teams of the day, which is going to be Action PH versus Velocity. Now,
Oh yeah.
this already starts off with the heat. I feel like taking this off right now, but yeah, I want the heat. I want this action. We know that it can be delivered aggressive. What do you think of this matchup, man? This is going to be a tight one.
Honestly, I'm really excited for this one. We have been waiting for this matchup for the longest of times. We did see GE versus Action PH back in another tournament where Action PH were able to take a 2-0 victory against GE, mind you. This was old Action PH when it was incepted, and now we're going to be watching them going up against Velocity, another one of the top contenders of the entirety of South Asia, if not the best, the best.
Yeah, for sure.
That's the thing here. Now that we head on down over into this matchup, I have no idea how this is going to play out. We have not seen these teams play against one another. If it is anything to say, GE versus Action PH was one of the most brutal game wins from Action PH that we ever really seen. And it was a massive comeback mainly because of this man. Already you can see on your screen. He's just staring into our souls. And the fact that this is how all of this is going to be playing out, I think it's going to be a battle of the Jets. It's going to be Deathmaker going up against Georgie.
Yeah, and I think that was also the case in the matchup prior. Now it's going to be the similar circumstance, but again, two different teams, right? We get to see new compositions, we get to see new strategies, and I'm itching to see the map as well. We had a more or less standard map pool for game one, game two. Pretty sure there should be a similar kind of strategy. I'm not going to expect things like fracture and whatever today. It's all going to be serious business. And let's quickly head on over to the brackets aggressive. We've enjoyed a lot of this journey together. And for those who haven't been part of it, don't feel left out. Now, a team that will be left out is Reckoning Esports, as they are the first team to get knocked down and knocked out of the tournament from the lower bracket. As we will have Enigma Gaming play against Enigma Galaxy, who did
Oh my
send
god.
Reckoning home. And on the upper bracket of things, you can see who our upper bracket finalists are. Now, our eyes are towards Action PH and VLT. Whew, dude, I'm feeling the sweat. Right now, Action PH, I think, at least in my eyes, will be the more favored side. Do you have a favorite on your side, first of all?
I'm leaning more towards the side of Action PH a little bit more as well.
Yeah.
I don't know how to sugarcoat it, primarily because statistically, Action PH are just on paper the better squad, the way that they play at least.
But today has been a day of upsets. Today has been a
Yeah,
day of
that's true.
unexpected results. With the way Enigma Gaming kind of edged out map one, it feels like, regardless who your name is, with the skill being so dead even across the server, everybody stands a chance, right? And it's not like VLT have any kind of deficit in terms of experience, in terms of skill. Sure, Action PH might be the more experienced squad, but VLT have more than enough in the bag to give them a run for their money and potentially
True.
even the win. VLT now are gonna be the only Indian team in this upper bracket.
They carry
Will
their
they
flag.
continue that? Yeah, you'd better hope so. And this also is going to be the perfect test, right? If they can edge out Action PH in a best of three, they for sure will deserve their spot in the upper bracket finals.
It's gonna be a really difficult one, regardless of what we're gonna be walking into. But I do believe that Action PH, they're gonna be on their toes, but at the same time, Velocity, we know for a fact that they are going through plethora of strategies to bring it all back for their side. And speaking of people who have been bringing it all back, let's head on down over towards the MVP standings and see exactly who's been tearing everyone up throughout this entire tournament. And on the first initial spot, you already see it's ZB. Like, this guy has performed out of his mind.
Yeah,
146 kills, 101 deaths, and 20 assists, with raw fuel going in for a close second, mind you. He nearly could have gotten that number one spot. I think he deserves that number one spot. Look at the kills, look at the deaths, and look at his ACS, 300.1. And
yeah.
then there's Deathmaker. I'm not even gonna say anything. His KD is more positive than anything else.
Yeah, and it's how we need to be positive as well. But I think that with the way that match off stream went with Nigma Galaxy, GSP managed to edge out, if not mistaken, Deathmaker and Georgie, who were there ahead of him before. Rofu, he had a lot riding on him. He delivered on a silver platter for Enigma, but they still weren't able to take the W. Well, Rofu at least takes the stats home. Deathmaker and Georgie, though, we're going to be seeing both these jets on the server today. We're going to see a head to head, not only in the creative, but also in the server. And that's going to be important. Both DM and Georgie are playing in a team where there
Oh,
are going to
Jets.
be maps where single duelists is going to be the name of the game. That's where those duelists cannot afford to slouch. They're going to have a lot of responsibility on their shoulders, and both these men have shoulders strong enough that they can carry 4 other members on it. The only question is which one is going to be enabled more. That's what's going to make the difference here, because we know that both Deathmaker and Georgie are dead even in terms of skill, aim, experience, name it. But the setup is what's going to change, and that's what both these teams are looking to counter.
It's gonna be a difficult fight regardless of whatever situation comes in. Primarily, you gotta remember that everyone on the MVP standings is all Jet players. They're all Jet players, and that paints a picture of exactly how the Zotac Cup has been going. Every single team, they've been pretty much relying on their Jets to be that entry factor, to be that X factor that brings their team that win every single time. And I do believe that this matchup itself, it's going to be no different whatsoever. Now that Deathmaker and Georgie are taken into consideration, we are looking at two very, let's say, distinct playstyles. Deathmaker not being that aggressive jet, he's not going to be the one to be in your face 24/7 and just kill you out in every single engagement like Georgie is. Like Georgie, he's a personality, man. You know that yourself. He's an absolute personality that loves to be in the spotlight. He loves to showboat as much as he possibly can. But
Yeah.
against Deathmaker, a person who is much more controlled, much more experienced, much more mellow in comparison, who's still very deadly. Like, you know, the silent kid in the class who's in the back of the classroom? He's probably the most dangerous person out of everyone else. And I do believe that Deathmaker, he's exactly that. He's not that explosive of a personality, but his plays, they speak volumes about how good he is as a player.
Yeah, like you said, Deathmaker, his passive aggressive tendencies. He's going to hold that angle. He's going to try getting that surprise, and he's going to hit blow for blow. He's not going to go for that all in one shot. Meanwhile, Georgie, like you said, just vibe, right? He's a guy
Yeah.
that you'd always like to see on the jet. Dude, apart from both these players, there are 8 other players on the server, right? Hellfighter, he's been the pillar of consistency for VLT. He's been an influential member of their roster, and same can be said about a player like Motsky or Emin. If this does go to Haven, which I'm assuming is going to be map 1, there is a very high likelihood that we're going to see that single duelist meta. Now, that means that right off the bat, we're going to get to DM versus Georgie.
You're looking to see them perform to the best of their own capabilities. But for now, at least, let's head on down over towards the team intro of Velocity Gaming and see exactly what they have in store for us. Because personally, I do believe that this roster, they don't need an introduction for the South Asians that are watching this entire tournament. But for the people from Southeast Asia, let's just talk it right through them. First of all, this squad, they've pretty much won everything under the sun in our region. Like, there is pretty much no tournament that they haven't won at least once, or even if they didn't win it, they're always going to be the ones in the grand finals, or even in the semifinals. Some way, shape, or form, they're always there. Velocity, this is one squad that you can always count on to be pretty much the poster boy of South Asia in general.
Yeah.
They do have MW1, Marzel, Deathmaker, Amaterasu, Right to Ace, Helef, and Vibor. That's a mouthful to say. It's a 7-man roster, but the 7-man roster has so much to give that you always want to see these faces. And whenever they switch out one player, you know for a fact this is going to be a completely different team.
Yeah. Team Velocity, can call that team Fast and Furious, right? Because right now it feels like a family, and pretty wholesome stuff. They have so many pieces to the puzzle that you can keep changing your approach. Last time we did not get the opportunity to see MW1 Vibor as well. This time, I'm pretty sure that it's going to be the same case. We should have Marcel, Helef, Amaterasu, Deathmaker, and Right to Ace in the server. Okay, that's sorted. Now, on the side of Action PH, I hope that they have come ready. Again, this is the upper bracket run, right? This is exactly what Action PH want. These members, some of you might not know them, but everybody who's played Valorant, who's watching Valorant, knows to fear the squad. Emin, Georgie, Aryu, Modski, and Tesseract. Especially Tesseract on that Sova. That's as annoying as it can get if you're playing against it.
More scary part of all of this is that Action PH, they're one of those squads that we pretty much threw under the bus, saying that, oh, it's Action PH, they're a brand new roster. And from what I have heard as well, a lot of people have been telling me that the roster is not that incredible. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, they were taking down the greats and they reached the grand finals of the Inter Challenger Series, which is, I was dumbfounded when I found out that this roster just came out of absolutely nowhere, took down all of the other best teams in Southeast Asia, also South Asia, mind you, and then just casually walked in towards the grand finals. And there's a possibility that this will happen once again in Action PH. They are the ones who are the favorites, possibly from South Asia and also Southeast Asia, primarily due to the track record that they have now. A lot of people are going to say, hey, Velocity, they're the best team that we know in South Asia. They, of course, will be the ones to take out Action PH, but in my eyes, no. This will be a very close fight where both of the teams have to go tooth and nail to try and bring this one back.
Yeah.
It's so crucial for them to find a way to at least edge out a couple of advantages against Action PH, because their normal orthodox strategies that they employ in South Asia, it's just not going to work out as easily for them. Heading on down over to the map veto screen, though, here, OG, I do believe that there's going to be a lot more of an emphasis on the maps for both of these teams. Unless find a proper map where Velocity can get a good stronghold going, I don't think that Action PH are going to be giving them any inch of space to work with.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a battle, right? It's going to be a battle on three fronts, as it's going to be a best of three. This means that there needs to be consistency, there needs to be dominance on more than just one map. It's going to truly put a test to their mettle. So, like you said, a part of the story has to be that map pool. We need to see what grounds these guys are going to fight on. Pretty sure that Haven is going to be our map number one. So, like I said, the Jet is going to be more influential on a map like
True.
Haven, due to the fact that there's a decent bit of verticality you can work on in the sites. The operator always have more than one long distance avenue where it can be impactful. Sure, utility is something that you can throw at them, but only for so much and for so long, right? That's the one part of Haven that I absolutely love. And if anybody knows me, the Jet Spammer,
Mhm.
I love wielding the operator. So this is one of the maps to see the Deathmaker versus Georgie battle. And talking about Deathmaker versus Georgie, let's quickly head towards the head-to-head screen and see what we have on our hands today. All right, it's gonna be hell,
Oh,
the pillar of VLT that we talked about. But look at the deficit in terms of that KD. Now that paints a vivid picture.
ugh. That's gonna be a rough one, but hey, it's Helef for a reason. He's always that lurker that you can rely on. He's always that player that can get into the back lines in multiple different occasions, and he's gonna be the one to just pop those heads consistently throughout the entire game. And I do believe that the game of Valorant, in my eyes at least, OG, I don't know about you, but I don't see the duelists being the primary stars of a roster. Like, that's just me. We always talk about the duelist players because they get the highest amount of frags the entire game. They're always the ones who are showboating their stats, being like, oh, I have 35 kills, I have 40 kills, I have 50 kills. But how much do you even look at the Sentinel players? I honestly do believe that the Sentinel players are the backbone and they're the primary pillar for an entire roster. If your Sentinel player is not cracked out of his mind, then your roster is just not going to be going anywhere. And I
I mean,
do
that's the thing,
believe that
right?
Helef, he's probably one of the main reasons why Velocity are this potent in the entirety of their scene.
So the main difference there is the outlook at which you see Valorant. So if you look at it tactically, the duelist is going to be the man responsible to get your squad in a situation it's winnable. Then it's going to be the job of the sentinels and the controllers to win it out. The initiators, all they can do is help get to that situation. So like you said, it's the backbone of the team. When things go wrong, when it's not going to work out in your favor, you will need a player like Hellfighter who is so consistent on, let's say, an Astra to make sure that you can claw your way back. You will not be a successful squad if you solely rely on your duelist to frag and then you work on the back of that. Because there will be moments where your duelist is going to be countered. That's the exact thing. Even though the
Yep.
duelist might be the flashy member, he's often going to be the one that the other team is looking to counter. It's hard to be the one being countered all the time and a star at the same time. You need to be in the back lines. You need to be in towards the artillery rather than in the trenches. So to make sure that you get that critical hit and you punch where it hurts the most.
That's how it always should be. And in this case, I do believe that this head to head will be one of the few things that will give us a picture of how both of these teams are going to be playing. This is a battle between not just the duelists, but also the initiators, the controllers, the sentinels, in my eyes, being the one that I'm really excited for. So, in that sense, looking and down over onto the whole picture of these things, how do you think this is going to play out, OG? Because in my eyes, I do believe the map of Haven is statistically the best for Action PH because of the way that they have been playing. Velocity, they haven't had the best of runs when we consider Haven in recent history, and they have shifted most of their attention from Haven over onto Breeze. And the fact that Breeze is their best pickup, and Haven being one of their weaker ones, I would say, in general, in recent history at least, Action PAs, if they take away map number one, it could put Velocity in a pretty tough situation in general.
For sure. But I also think a testament against that is how our previous best of three went, right? Uh,
Hmm.
to put it into retrospect, the previous best of three went all three maps. We had our opener in Haven go into overtime 14 to 12, where Enigma managed to claw out the victory. Then we headed on over to Ascent. That, if I'm not mistaken, was a 13 to 3 landslide by the side of Kingsman. And it did go close to the wire at split. These teams are at such a level, they know how to reset. They know how to keep their mental calm. Even in a tough situation, players like Right to Ace, players like Amaterasu, players like Marcel and Deathmaker have not only had experience on the biggest stage, but also internationally, not only in Valorant, but in other titles as well. That experience, that calmness, and that maturity will come to use at moments like these, where you need to win crucial games. Of course, we have demons down at that lower bracket. If
True.
VLT had their eyes set on hoisting that trophy, I think this is going to be their way to go. Upper bracket, it could be very well there. So let's quickly head to the map veto because, like you said, aggressive with there being significant weak points and significant strong points. We need to see who gets the better end of what.
Yep.
All right. I'm so excited to see Breeze. I've gotten, I think, 3 or 4 opportunities to play Breeze after the rework, and I'm really enjoying both the A side and the B side. It gives you far more
It's
cover.
confusing.
Yeah, it gives you far more cover. It allows you to play around with a little more utility. Previously, Breeze used to be such an open map where utility used to be a very big concern. It's hard to balance utility and gunplay in a map like that. They've finally gotten it to a position where it's more than viable, and this is going to be a nice test to see how the rework works in both VLT's favor, a team which is very strong and comfortable on Breeze, and the side of HBH.
Yeah, that's the thing here. I'm again surprised that Action PH did not ban out on the map of Breeze. We have seen Breeze be one of their weakest maps. This is one of the maps where they don't really have a sense of direction of how they really want to play it. So I do believe this will go over on the 3 maps regardless. Haven, though, for Velocity, if they're able to take Haven away,
It could be a quick 2.
yeah, it could just be a quick 2. There's no other way to sugarcoat this.
So the
Action
important
PH's worst map is that. There's
yeah,
nothing between.
and the important thing here is it is gonna be a 2-0 only when you see a team win a map which is not theirs. That's the only factor here. If we have the side of APH win out Haven, you have VLT win out Breeze, this could very well go 3-0, like you said. So, Bind, a map where we've seen VLT pull off that double duelist. You have Deathmaker on his signature jet. Marzel, he loves to pull out the raise. So that's something that I'm really looking forward to, and I hope that we do get to see it, man. That's going to be an extravaganza.
Gonna be an interesting situation in general. How do they want to play the map of Haven? What kind of strategies are they going to start to employ? Are we going to be seeing a breach? Are we going to be seeing a sky? It all really does depend on what the teams are feeling in the heat of the moment and how they really want to counteract one another. We know for a fact that Action PH, either they go in for a double duelist composition or they go in for the double initiator composition with that sky. But on the other side, what we do know for Velocity, on the other hand, is they will pick up that breach. South Asia in general have been a pretty dominant force when it comes down to picking up the breach and the Sova on Haven. But what I don't like about the breach and Sova combination is that I told you about this when we were playing in our own ranked games, that breach just feels way too one-dimensional on the side of defense. You don't really know what you really want to do with him. Either you go in for a little bit of a push, but you can't really play for retake on a breach. It's not possible. For some reason, Haven is one of the few maps where playing for a retake is really difficult because there's not many angles where you can put those flashes to good use. The flashpoint is strong. Like, it's a very powerful flash, but where do you throw the flash for a retake on towards the C side or maybe even on the A side? You need to be out in the open pretty much to get proper flash positions. And that's one of the main reasons why Breach is not the strongest pickup on the defensive side, but if you're able to get a strong lead on attack, then the Breach will be a godsend towards your team.
The breach also allows you to make more chaos, right? The
Yeah,
rolling
that's true.
thunder helps you not get the site, but make the battles towards site far more easier. You'll be able to catch people either in transition as they're abandoning site. That does slow you
True.
down significantly, or you'll find people who are trying to hold an angle, hope for a one tap, because you really can't spray when you're going to be hit by that rolling thunder. That's the advantage that you get. But I understand your cause of concern when it comes to the
It's
defense.
difficult.
It's also a difficult prospect to find those retake flashes which enable your teammate and doesn't blind a single one. There are going to be positions where it's not really ideal, but that's all going to be down to what the draft is going to look like. Haven, it's going to be our map one. It's a map where VLT, I hope they've come prepped up. That's their opportunity for a 2-0 right here. If they've come in with a trump card of having secret preparations in Haven, because you never know how 2022 turns out. It can be a curveball what they throw at us. So if they've come in with some kind of secret prep, this map pick might slowly start favoring them.
We are going to be loading on down over into the game, ladies and gentlemen. I know you're all excited back at home. I know that we took a little bit of time to start up the game here, but you got to hear our voices for a little while longer as we are prepping up that screen. The match is going to be starting up soon enough. The agent selection is on your cards here already. And OG, I'm really excited to see what they're going to pick up. But no, they're not going to be going in for the breach. They're going to be going in for the tried and true tested Sky instead. Both of these teams, they should be playing the exact same composition at this point because there will be no other deviations. Unless we see a Sova, unless we see a breach in place of the Sova, which I don't think is going to be happening anytime soon.
Yeah, and I think,
I spoke a little bit too soon.
I mean, you asked for it, and Amaterasu just gives it to you, bro.
Man, I don't know how I feel about this.
Well, I know you're feeling a little bad because I get it, bro. You get that small pinch in your heart saying, the curse hit me as well. But
Yeah.
one important thing, though, is VLT is a squad that relies on chaos, right? They are one of the few teams that try putting as much chaos on the defense while they themselves are trying to make order out of it. That's their strengths, and I think that's an important thing that we need to talk about. VLT playing to their strengths, not playing to the meta, and the Sky on the other end is going to be interesting to see how this difference in difference in initiator makes an overall bigger impact because everything else is essentially mirrored, right? One thing you do lack in Haven without a Sova is that real-time information. The recon, it's very helpful both towards A getting information through long. Let's quickly head into the game, ladies and gentlemen, because Haven, it's gonna be a treat to watch. It's a very interesting setup that VLT have 3 members tacked in towards this A side, with the Sky going towards A short. That suggests that they want to fight aggression with aggression if it comes their way. But sadly, it's not coming the way that they expected. It's rather a much more passive stance taken by Action PH initially to punish any kind of aggression as they now gear up their hit towards the Ace side. Deathmaker drawing the aggro. He should call for the flash as well, where right to Ace easily deals with that first frag. He sends in another Hawk, and boy, does he hop his way back to safety. Deathmaker, over ambitious on the fight. He had the tailwind available, but did not want to fall back. Amaterasu tried to get a little information. Could have potentially gotten a kill as well if the cards were on his side. But sadly, he's going to take what he gets. He's going to get back. A 4 versus 4 advantage, though, on the side of VLT, at least HP-wise. With the Sky being so dead low, I hope she gets a chance to use her utility quickly and easily. Tesseract, though, watching out for this aggression, and Amaterasu scouted out. Tesseract, where's the refrag? Oh my goodness, 17 HP. We've seen crazier clutches before. Spike is in his hands, a very important piece of the puzzle.
30 seconds left.
Now, how does he march his way to victory? He's bunny hopping all the way to the seaside. Meanwhile, it's gonna be friendship and trust as Helef and Marzel play this 2 versus 1 in a textbook fashion. They play this one together. Aggression, though. I think
they know.
And they know where Tesseract's playing from. He's gonna be hidden away, tucked away towards the left side. Oh my goodness. That looks scary, but Marzel, unlike us, he's ready for the goosebumps. 1-0. I love what VLT did there. They had a nice game plan set up, they executed it properly, and they didn't let that mid-round phase them.
That went haywire really quickly. A little bit too much of an aggressive play from right to Ace as he was trying to play based upon information, but sometimes those slow methodical plays are not always going to work out for you. So I like the fact that he took a little bit more initiative when he was trying to go in for a force push-up, but you have to give it to Amaterasu and Helef, man. They were holding the site so beautifully. Tell me honestly, who else would have been in that situation and got pretty much 2 kills out of it? Helef stopped any form of an aggressive rush that was coming through from A main, and then there was Amaterasu playing it slow, steady, and methodical for an instantaneous swing. It's beautiful to watch all the time, but you have to give it to Tesseract as well to nearly clutch out a round like this. And now Action PH, they have a pretty good amount of money to go in for their sheriff buys and not have to worry about buying half shields in the following round. But these Ares pickups could just break everything down.
Yeah,
Spike down.
Marzel, easier said than done. Are you? Barely anything you could have done to oppose the wrath of the Ares.
God of this God of War.
Well, one thing about the Ares that I absolutely hate is the fact that it's even viable when it's on the bonus, right? It's not only on rounds like these where you can use the Ares and feel like an absolute boss. Although, a little bit of damage, at least in terms of HP, being done by Action PH. They're just trying to maybe get a pick or 2.
30 seconds left.
Get a little closer to their ult while they try to inflict some sort of economic damage on the side of VLT.
Oh, nice shot.
That shot.
God,
and now, important thing, he gets the plant. He's so much closer to that Hunter's Fury. Is it gonna be denied? Yes, it is! Hellfighter, his brain as big as his gun.
Ace is a big guy. But
And which
my oh
round?
my, that was a good one, man. Helef came in clutch right at the very end, found the perfect timing, and that plan getting denied, that's gonna hurt the eco a lot. Normally, whenever you are playing on your first ever buy round, having a couple of extra credits, maybe 400, 300, or even that 500 margin just allows you to go in for a couple of sheriff buys and possibly a marshal in the following round, even if you do lose out on your buy round.
Yeah.
So now that they don't have this buy round carries even more weight.
It carries a lot of weight, but VLT opting to play the bonus here. APH need to come in with a punish right here, right now. Otherwise, the first half, it's gonna be immensely harder. Oh, Marshall does not land on the first time of asking. And mind you, Deathmaker very far away from his ultimate, so no hope of pulling it out.
Are you serious?
My god.
The God of War wins.
What did I tell you, aggressive? How viable is this even in a gun round where it makes it look easy?
Oh, timing! No, Marshall missed the shot! Marshall's gonna hit it through a wall!
There is no heal though, as we did have Emin completely destroyed by Right2Ace's aggression. Man advantage, but Action PH quick to nullify it. Mind you, the HP is still so low on the side of Gorgie. It's only Aryu who can make any kind of impact this round. He needs to deliver for his team as it's looking bleak. Post plant. It's possible for it to be played with low HP. Using a bait and switch technique, it's doable if the trade comes through. But that's the thing. That's the gamble.
This is bad.
Wins out the most important fight of this round. It's all on a Deathmaker. He's using the Salt Gun itself. All he needed to do was land one bullet on a Georgie, which he does. Peppers his face. 40 HP. Close range with the Ares. The Phantom with one point should do the job. Spam. There should be that Astral Well coming in at any moment. Yeah.
Who needs it?
Are you quick to the swing? And boy, that got too close to comfort. Are you the hero of Action PH in the buy round?
That was a quick 1.5. They nearly lost that one if they were not careful. But of course, isolating the 1v1s, RU found the perfect angle for him to work with and just took a simultaneous peek accordingly to the situation that he was put in. But you have to say that this round from Velocity was a little bit too sloppy. And the fact that these kind of rounds are being given away, no scoff towards the side of Action PH. So they played that round beautifully, even in that 2 versus 4 situation. But that's the thing. Should they have even won this 2 versus 4? Oh, hell no. There was no situation where they should have been able to come on back from this, especially because of the buys that they had and the way that Velocity were playing. It was a tough one. But now that Velocity have their own buys, things could take a turn for the better in a couple of seconds here, OG. But for now, at least, we do see that Action PAs, they're taking a little bit more of a forward approach down towards that A side and Right2Ace. He nearly Hunter's Fury to the face. He's not going to be living through that anytime soon.
Yeah, Right2Ace. So many R's in the Sova that he knows how to dodge everything thrown his way. Sadly, can't relay that information to Amaterasu though. Another man disadvantage. I love what Action PH are doing, but it's giving more power to this push from Hellfighter. The commitment towards the A side. Right2Ace opts to play this one passive, which is the perfect call to make. Setting up for the retake. They're not gonna anticipate Hellfighter. Nobody has any whereabouts whatsoever. Emin, he's now gonna start looking this direction. He needs to win out this fight though. Hellfighter significantly wounded and now in a position where doing anything is next to impossible. Gonna be holding on for the push from Tesseract. Spots it out.
Good
Low
shot.
HP. Might just decide to save this. Well, are you not gonna allow that? That got a little messy. They did, however, use the Hunter's Fury though. They used it at a very, very nice time because it completely removes everything that VLT were working towards, right? That buy round was essentially them fighting back in this early part of the first half. Now, they're gonna be playing against pistols here, APH. They need to make sure that they don't fall victim to these pistols like they fell victim to the guns during those bonus rounds. They need to make sure that they have every single angle covered and they need to check every rock before they do step on it.
There could be a couple of Torrens there if they're not careful. And already, once again, the main thing that we have been witnessing throughout this entire game, OG, is that Action PH, they're showing a lot of respect towards Velocity. Not going in overly aggressive. They're taking their fight slow and steady, waiting for Velocity to maybe make a move, maybe make a play that could put them in the worst possible position. But what I love about Velocity this time around, though, they're taking a big risk by going in for a full-on stack down towards that C side. And a full eco stack on C is a pretty smart plan and a pretty smart move in general. But Tesseract, him clearing out this entire B side is going to paint a good enough picture that, okay, B-side's possibly empty. We should be going in for a take like that, but Georgie catches out Helef, who tried to go in aggressive, takes a swing and takes a bullet to the dome as well. And that's going to be the first initial kill that should bring the entirety of this round back in their favor, but with the spike line going on down already, this eco round for Velocity, yeah, it's not gonna take a good turn whatsoever. I think this is done, especially with the positions that they do have right now.
About damage, my friend. They're gonna go on the back of the flash. Are you? They cannot instantly Tesseract.
Oh my god, Marcel!
3 versus 3. Now the numbers finally go in the way of APH. The way that they got those 2 kills was just purely on the back of utility, my friend. That's all that they needed. That's all that they took. Georgie should be able to upgrade the Phantom as well. A well-dealt eco, right? A well-dealt buy round, right? They were able to deal with that eco perfectly. They didn't lose too many guns. They didn't lose too many members. And Georgie, he has the ability now to play with the blades. And I think that's exactly what he might have in store for us. Nah, he goes to the Phantom.
Better to cycle through the economy as fast as you possibly can. You have that Blaze Storm for a possible eco round in the following, because there is a good chance you lose out on this buy round here. Velocity, now that they're back in the driver's seat, they should be able to maybe switch it all up because they have a lot more ultimates to work with. They have a Killjoy Lockdown, they have a Beach Rolling Thunder, and it could be a little bit better and a little more stronger for them pushing on down the line. But another one of the primary problems here, again, you can see that the Breach is not having as much value on the side of defense as you possibly could gain because of the amount of angles that you need to worry about. But still, Georgie taking a little bit too much of an aggressive fight. That's going to be a costly one for him, but this guy's going to be there to go in for the heals, Deathmaker, and of course, right to Ace. They have their own level of control. Peeks out, takes a couple of fights, takes a couple of swings, shuts down one player, and to gain this advantage early and also nullify an Astral Wall, that's going to be the game changer for them. No Astra for an execution on the C or A. That's going to spell doom for the entirety of Action PH. If Georgie's not able to find these kills, that is. Georgie, you should know. Georgie, he knows.
He knows. They spotted Marzel on the back of that Tailblaze. Georgie, they'll finally punish. Amaterasu takes him out. 3v3. Right to Ace. He's so dead low, man. It's a lot riding on Amaterasu, and Deathmaker. Amaterasu delivers. Tesseract almost finding the drop on a Deathmaker. Now there are 2 players dangerously low. With this fight being 1 out, it should confirm the round. The Seekers, for added safety, as it is a 2 versus 2. The peak does not work in his favor. Tesseract not able to make the play as he falls prey to Deathmaker. A rogue bullet hits his head, and that puts him to bed. 3 rounds is all that they needed. They find the equalizer, and now VLT have a chance to extend. With the way it's been going though, there is that Blade Storm up and running on Georgie's hands. There will be the investment from APH as well. So if Georgie wants to play this one aggressive, the Blade Storm is a perfect weapon to use.
Blade Storm could be just to make it or break it for them here. Georgie, I know this man thrives under the pressure, but I do believe that pressure this time around could be a little bit too much for him if he's not careful. You don't see his cam for right now, but still, he's trying to take a fight. But Georgie, against Marcel, that kind of aggressive peek just doesn't work. He's always ready for it. He's always jiggling around the corner, and his movement is going to be the thing that gives him an edge here. But still, Marcel, he gets caught out. Positions were known. Rolling Thunder is going to be good for possibly 1 kill. It's going to be good for 2.
Yeah.
The concussive blast! It gets caught out, but still Amaterasu overstaying its welcome in that area. Gets caught out by RU, gets shut down immediately, but now it's a 2 versus 3 situation with 1 person going on a lurk. They know where they're gonna be at. And Helef, he's in prime spots to stop this entire plan from even happening. But
unless
look at them.
Yeah, they
They're
play
going
this
towards
one
A.
smart. They're like, we know that information's not available, and we know what VLT does on the back of misinformation. They try to push up and they try to get on your back. Now, what do you do to counter it? You bamboozle them. Bamboozle. Let's see if it's gonna work. Motsuki, he's gonna hold CT. And this is very
Oh,
and,
One enemy
no.
remaining.
He needed to find success there. If there was any hope for this round. Astral Form, are you? What's this play looking like? He buys a little bit of cover by smoking CT. And are you? He should be a sitting duck for Hellfighter. There we go. Expected it. Should get the defuse. An expensive round for APH to lose. Because now, they've not only lost this round, but for sure with their economy down the drain, momentum is going to be a big concern.
And the possibility of an operator on the hands of Deathmaker is also coming on the cards. Right to Ace has 2,000 credits, and these credits could be invested in an op if they want to get it at least. I do believe they're gonna give Deathmaker the operator. He needs to pick it up soon, but instead they're just going for the rifle buys. They do not want to fight an operator right now. I think one more round and Velocity, they could just pull it out. But personally, I do believe that unless you get that operator down quickly enough and to gain a massive advantage on the defensive side, it could be spelling doom for your entire team. Yes, the breach gets a lot more stronger when you are shifting over to the side of attack, but you need a strong lead on your defensive side, otherwise it's gonna be bad. And oh no, Deathmaker, that's gonna be down and dusted for him. Georgie goes in for a dash, and he's gonna pop him straight in the forehead. But one by one, Action PAs, they're trying to go in for a full-scale rush, but still Amon-Ra and Marzel, they're still holding down strong. They get the spray, but they get all the kills through a smoke.
They slaughtered them.
Oh my god, this was a seaside rush. The seaside rush should have worked. But no, the defensive hold was just even stronger. Even through a cosmic divide, they couldn't do anything. Action PH, they got answered back so quickly. Velocity, they were mentally prepared for that fight before it even took place.
Okay, so I think that was one of the quickest rounds that we've had so far in the tournament.
Yeah, that just started and you snap your finger and half the servers gone.
Well, the push through A might lead to an early backstab because APH are looking to get into this B side ASAP. They have a little bit of ground already. VLT though on the quick rotation. Marcel, not sure if it was a little bit of a network issue on his end, but that looked like a shot that was dead on. Oh, the lockdown. This plant gonna be hard to play the post, considering that APH are on their eco utility significantly. Never mind. I assume that if Desrak got that kill there, it would have been a Phantom as well, and then they can play the post.
Oh my god, Georgie.
How are VLT losing this in spite of them having the superior
Georgie.
And the guns? I assumed at least with utility it'll be easy to counter, but they can't counter Georgie for Jack. An ace is what he's gonna get, and that is just a huge statement thrown into the face of VLT.
Just look at the mechanics from these players, man. It feels as though they're untouchable, and Georgie, he's on the helm of it all. We talked about this man before the match even begun. We talked about him being on the MVP for a reason here, and Georgie, he is delivering blow for blow to take out Velocity a couple of pegs and send them back home packing. But still, Velocity, they're not going to be taking any of these without a fight. They're also answering back with their own kills. They're also answering back with their own levels of aggression, and LF. Aggression is good, but too much aggression is bad. When Marzel, he's going in for a push of his own. And there is nothing stopping him from this. There's no utility in the back lines. And Sova, he's making noise. He could have just ran in for it. Right to Ace is gonna be good for that first initial kill, but he misses the knock. The knock misses, but still the shots are released from the side of Monsky. Monsky, no! He falls apart, and now Marcel, no one knows he is. What is happening throughout this entire game? The Rolling Thunder was thrown out from the side of Amon-Ra, who affected his teammates more than it affected the enemies, but still, right at the very end, they get the round itself. No, actually, PA, no. Monsky, he's like, nope, we're taking a pause here, boys. This went wrong really quickly.
I'm not sure if they was like some kind of communication lapse, but there were angles that was simply not cleared for some reason.
Yeah.
The fact that Right Away has got that kill even after missing the concuss on his tailblaze was, yeah, there's just no words that you can use to fit how heartbreaking that could be.
Yeah, I think that these are one of those rounds that you just don't talk about. It's just like, oh, the round happened, let's just... It's done. It's alright. Move on down forward, just bring it all back, maybe in the following one. But for now, at least, it's a 6-4 scoreline. Allow Action PH to go in for full-on reset, because that round should have never happened, and the fact that it did... Ouch. But on the other side of things, your OG, I am really looking forward to see how they are going to be implementing this lockdown for the side of defense. Now that they have it, will they be using it aggressively to take a little bit more control? Are they going to be playing it for the retake? Because currently Velocity, they have been playing very slow, very methodical, waiting for a lot of the pushes to come from Action PH. But now that Action PH are going to go in for a complete and utter playstyle swap, it's either going in for a fast rush or taking it slow. And oh baby, they're going to go in for the rush, all right. But that rush is how do I put it?
Best.
Questionable is the very best, is the best way to put it. But still, Motsky is able to answer back for all the shots he missed on that last one.
Okay.
And Motsky, that one pause seems to have put another second life on it.
Deathmaker
it's
knows
easy.
what's up.
It's easy.
Enemy remaining.
Denial, last kill, Motsky has nothing to do with it. Deathmaker, he doesn't miss those shots. He finds all of those kills. Beautifully done from Velocity to shut down a fast rush
Last
from
round
the side
in the half.
of Action PH.
Nice recovery attempt there by Motsky. The plan though is what was more important. That push towards Garage has not yielded Action PH anything throughout this matchup. And now, the last round, where they can make an impact. What's their build looking like? They have all the weaponry they need. Hellfighter is running the operator. What? I thought my glasses were the reason I'm seeing that, but nah. Okay. Deathmaker is going to still be soloing the B side though. I assumed on top of the server, the operator would be the weapon he demands.
Yep.
Not the case. It's going to be an A side hit. And VLT, you can see how comfortable they are just letting this go for the retake.
We're looking to see a little bit more of an emphasis to work here, but ooh, that was a close one. Tesseract, he nearly got caught out and his legs were getting shot down as well. You're not going to be able to shake it off and keep the round going in their favor, but Motsky, look at him going in for a big lurk from Garage. This lurk should be beautiful, but Helep, he's start hearing the sounds. People are right behind him, and Motsky, he's going for a full wraparound. This could be deadly. It's gonna be one and all, done for all. Tesseract's gonna get caught out by the lockdown. He's gonna need to run away. Two players have been caught. One player has been caught out, but Georgie is the difference maker of it all with Iman on his side. Georgie's gonna be the one to hold, but Iman's gonna be the one to shut it all down. Last player remaining, Iman with his 3K, Georgie with his 2, and a 7 right for the side of Action PH to bring it all back. That was a chaotic round and a half with both Astral Divides coming in down through, but that lockdown, it got value, but not enough because Iman and Georgie, they're just built different.
Oh god, that was a chaotic round, and I think that's a round that we all need to relive to understand what the hell just happened. There was a backstab which never really, it never really yielded much considering what was happening in the front lines. Our man Georgie and Amin were chads of their own, and I can't wait for the first half to play because that's what's going to make the difference here, right? Let's relive this first half because it's been a story that changes faster than I don't know what changes so fast, dude.
My emotions whenever I watch Twilight.
I was gonna say my heart rate considering how this Ares thing has been going, especially the follow-up round to this where it came down to that 1 versus 2 at the end, pulled off by RU. Yeah, I think this is the round that we were talking about where Right to Ace plays aggressively through a lobby. Amaterasu tries to deliver on the whole, but Deathmaker cannot win out this 1 versus 1 just due to the HP and weaponry. A lot of clutch rounds won by APH, but you can say the same about VLT, right? Their utility usage on this map has been phenomenal. We had a discussion pre-match saying that it's very important for VLT to win out a map like Haven. Well, they're showing us that they have some X factors ready in their bag of bamboozles, and it's worked phenomenally so far. A lot of these rounds were not due to the fact that VLT were out aiming APH. No, it was a lot to do with utility and aggression going well in tandem.
That's the thing here. The level of coordination that Velocity are showing to try and take out Action PH is just so beautiful to watch. But at the same time, sometimes whiffs like this, it does happen, but to mentally reset yourself from such a bad position is what separates a really good team from a really great one. And Velocity, they're doing that. They're answering blow for blow. They're constantly switching up their strategies to maybe bring in a little bit of a change and a little bit more emphasis on their own utility. But now is where the real fun begins, OG. It is either possibly one of the best pickups for Velocity to have a breach and a sky, or it could be the worst, because now they're gonna need to try and break into sites instead of holding it. The double initiator composition that they normally run with a breach and a sky, it's a little bit more favorable for the side of defense, a little bit more, primarily because you know where the attackers are going to come from. Whoop-de-free can do it's 2 entry points. But now that you're going to go in for pushes, it's a lot more difficult to get any value out of that set utility. You have that flashpoint, you have the sky flash, but you have a general consensus of where the enemies could be at. And that is just going to build up problems over and over again as they're trying to go in for their attacking sided strategies. I really want to see how they're going to switch everything out, what kind of different game plans that they do have. Because in my eyes, again, this double initiator composition with a breach and a sky, I just don't like this because I have never seen this composition work properly. And if Velocity are able to make it work, they can prove me wrong, and I could be a big fan of this comp in general.
Yeah, I like how relaxed VLT are looking. A nice smile on the face of Marcel as well. And the bigger picture of things, VLT, they know that they walked out of the last half with an advantage. If they're able to win with the pistol, they can start to fold on the advantage they have. You said that the breach combination is something a little harder to use on the attack, right? Now, on the attack, when you have a breach, with the way you set up your duelist, there are certain angles you can discount, and there are certain angles you can afford to check a little late on the backup utility, perhaps. The flash and dash is what we're going to look after, because that's what I think Deathmaker could be perfectly set up for. A similar strategy to what VLT employed in their pistol, now being put by Action PH, but mind you, it was 3 members towards the side. This time it's 4 towards the ace side. An early rotation.
Bad or good?
Yeah. VLT, they sense it, they fire off a couple of bullets, and they delay this push. They delay the push by quite a mile. With the rotations coming in, it essentially leaves Emin all to himself, pushed up near lobby. The rotation's going to come in from Tesseract. And analyzing the push, they realize that there needs to be more manpower towards the A side for that to happen, right? Hence, they're trying to take control of bottom mid, they're trying to take control of garage, and look for other avenues into another side.
Trying to feel out this engagement with Velocity. They're not really gaining any form of real estate. Oh gee, they've been stuck on mid for the last, what, 1 minute? And they now have 30 seconds for an execution. This execution will just go haywire if they're not careful. Amon from the sidelines could just get caught out. They know his position, and it's going to be Deathmaker with an instant pop to the face. Amon's going to take a backseat. They're looking for the final flare, but no, Deathmaker, he pretty much pulls out his gun and reloads in the worst possible time. Ryu's going to be able to shut down too. And I think it's all over. Velocity, they're dead.
The crossfire so far stands with the helper utility. They're able to make the hole more bold. Hellfighter, the battles of the Astra, Ghost are you. Very, very big impact in the pistol. He was able to completely shut down this aggression through short, fall back towards site, and then help finish the job that his team started off. Big stuff. With the Astra players requiring the big brain, well, good to know that he has great aim to go with it.
My God, are you this guy? Whenever you take a swing against this man, it's just such a dangerous one to take. He's like that cool, calm, collected player for the entirety of Action PH. He doesn't show a lot of emotion, but wait, did the bird just... God damn it, the bird expired at the worst possible time. Doesn't really gain any form of information out of it, but it feels to be an A-side rush from Velocity. And Velocity, they're trying to go in for as far as they possibly can. The dog takes one big, massive chunk out of one of the players. A lot of damage to be done. They're gonna rush it down through. And the Spectres are able to sink. They're looking for the last and final kill. Deathmaker, he's trying to do what he can. He just find one, but that's all that he's gonna be able to get. They're hunting him down. 2 on the back, 2 on the front. Where do you run? Where do you hide, Deathmaker? Nowhere, because the classic right click and a slap to the face is all that you're gonna get. 7 and 7 on the scorecards in Action PH. They answer back hard for their first initial 2 rounds with their defensive side.
Yeah, now are they gonna be playing bonus? It looks like it.
I do believe so, yeah.
3 Spectres, an Ares.
Georgie, though, he's feeling it. He's gonna go in for it as well.
I think it's also important for Georgie to pick up that Phantom right now. Even if things go a little away from what's intended, I think both Tesseract and Arya should have enough money for an operator if they deem it worthy enough to put it on his hands, which they should. The aggression taking it through long, so they have one avenue to A clear. It's this double initiator composition thing at the.
Oh my god.
That was very, very scary for a second. I'm
Tesseract.
by the fact that Tesseract is even breathing right now.
Hey, he's doing a prod cosplay.
Let's see if he can pick and prod towards the side as he has the setup for it. Although could use the owl drone and play this one more passive. There's no reason to force that fight right now. With VLT not able to get a fight on their turf and on their terms, they fall back. They concede control towards the A side with the perfectly timed tailblaze as well. This is more than just information going the way of Emin. It's confirmation. And with the fight through Garage, it should be transparent what the play from VLT here is going to be. They've been put in a box and they don't like it. Wherever they go, they're faced with utility, they're faced with manpower, and the B side's not going to be any more pleasant as there are nano swarms and the alarm bots laid down by the side of APH. They make the commitment though, and Deathmaker needs to dash back his HP. So dead low, right away is gonna be the difference maker as he breaches into the backer side, tagged and should be bagged as he's trying to evade the Hunter's Fury. Motski takes him down. Quick flurry of trades, leaving it all on the hands of Marzel, one of the most experienced member of VLT.
They don't have enough time.
He doesn't. The bonus being won out by APH, and that is red alerts on the camp of VLT.
You can already see a couple of the problems starting to arise. You have a Sky, but the Sky is not just able to give you a lot of information now, is she? Not having that owl drone, the recon bowl, the potency of the double shock darts that you could have had with the Sova. The breach is not able to get a lot of value. You need to have proper information to try and utilize your breach utility, and the fact that he's throwing it all in blind, he's not catching anything. He's just showcasing his capabilities to the pretty much a solid wall at that point.
Yeah.
This is just gonna start building up more and more and more, but still, maybe this push could give them a little bit of an edge, but Georgie comes in down strong. He's gonna be able to shut down two. The rifle has been picked up. Deathmaker's looking for one more. Amaterasu and Deathmaker, they're systematically breaking down the entire side, but still Motski, he's still alive and kicking. Takes out Helef. Can get himself into a better position, but it's now all up to Tesseract. If he's able to isolate this 1v1 against Amaterasu, it's gonna be beautiful. He does find that kill, and Amaterasu is not gonna be the one to shut it all down. That's gonna be a problem, and it's now all up to the man known as Deathmaker. He's been the Grim Reaper. He's gonna be the game changer. That's gonna be one kill. He's looking for one more, but why Deathmaker?
He could have potentially waited out that tag and then
went in for the updraft.
But with the information going Tesseract ways, you know, I think this is a line from Mr. T. Information is half the game. The more you know, kids.
Information was half the game there, but the fact that Deathmaker took that swing a little bit too early to go in for an updraft midway through a tag is one of the biggest problems. Maybe he could have just played it a little bit more differently and be like, hey, I can just go in for an updraft, get a little bit of information of where his position was, because if Deathmaker didn't even opt to, you know, hover in midair, he could have fallen immediately, and he had that information of exactly where the Sova was. Tesseract couldn't have pushed him that quickly. He could have went around for a merry-go-round play, he could have played it a little bit more differently and just went in for a right-click straight to the face of the jump. There's a lot of different situations that he could have gone for, but hey, tomato, tomato, potato, potato. Whatever works for you.
What will work for the side of APH is hopefully Georgie on this operator. They can afford an early rotation from Tesseract, but with how Deathmaker has been playing towards lobby, it's not going to be the case. It's again going to be a breach of the... Oh, that hurts. Marzel perfectly uses the tailblaze. And this has to be a perfect hold. Are you? He's playing in what many consider a one-and-done position. Now that right to ace has gone down, now that Emin has gone down, if VLT commit to that C side, Are they gonna anticipate this?
Oh no, Tesseract.
Oh, could have gone for trigger discipline and gone for a whole lot more. Although this is more than enough information that Georgie could use to his detriment. Oh, he tried to go for the clip. Ain't gonna happen, son. 8 to 9. BLT get their first round of this attack on the board. APH though still on the lead by just a step.
Swear to God, this is getting closer and closer for both teams. They're at each other's throats now that Velocity have once again gotten back into the groove. Now that they have a little bit more of a plan in their minds of how they want to push forward, things could be a little bit more different. But for now, at least, on this 8 and 9 scoreline, it's time for Action PH to maybe answer back with a couple of their own plays. You can already see that their eco has taken a massive hit. They're going to be going in for a pretty rough buy in general, but this Bulldog, this gun from Wish.com, should be able to give them a little bit more of an emphasis on how they want to hold down this round, and this could be a game changer for them. Right to Ace is going to be able to shut down one. Right to Ace is looking for more, but Right to Ace, you're out in the open pretty much. And Ivan, with just one Vandal in his hand, the only Vandal for his entire team, he shuts it all down and brings it all back. And ladies and gentlemen, it's looking quite good for the defenders. They can easily go in for this retake. 3 players holding down from the side of C-Long. This take will be a hard one, but I do believe if Motsuki is able to make enough noise, this is an easy retake for them. There's no way.
Yeah, I think Motsuki was the person who was getting bait drawn for. Right now, they need to stick the defuse, but it's still possible. But Deathmaker to swing wide enough to try and cover this. Marcel left with an all to do. Sadly, nothing more he could have done in that situation. With the way it started off with Right Ways getting that kill, you would assume that this is going to be in the bag for the side of VLT. Sadly, that's not the only curveball that APH had to throw their way. And that takes away a crucial round as it's double digits. Marcel calling the timeout for his team. And this better be useful. Touching distance. Yeah, APH are in touching distance of victory. Meanwhile, VLT touching distance of APH. 2 rounds is what VLT needs to get to an equalizer, and 3 rounds is what APH needs to get map 1 in the bag.
There is no proper way to sugarcoat any of this. That Velocity, they're losing out on rounds they have no business losing. That last round in particular as well. OG, those are the type of rounds that you just cannot reset yourselves from. It's going to be really hard to go in for a full-on proper reset, and the fact that they're making mistakes like this in multiple different occasions, it's what's dropping them. You know for a fact that one person will be on the angle of garage. You did not go in for any form of a garage hold proper with 2 players holding down that angle. I understand you were worried for a defender's side at spawn push, but you would have heard something, at least some form of utility would have been thrown in that specific angle. You know for a fact 2 of your members died on C-Long. And Velocity, a couple of rookie mistakes are what's costing them in so many different fronts here, but this Astral Divide is going to give them that opportunity. They're going to enter towards that B side. They have a little bit of control to work with, but with the utility being given away and now the Sky Ultimate giving them even more information, they know where 3 players are. They're going in for a C-side execute, but the C-side execute's not going to be looking good. Look at Arya's position. Arya's going to be able to shut down multiple more, but no, Arya tries out a little bit too early. He's going to be good for 1, but Hellap's just even better. He's going to be able to shut down 2 more 100s. Maybe from Tesseract. Does get a little bit of a tag, but that's all that he's going to be able to find. Not for long, though, because Georgie has the phone number of 4, calls him up, takes him back home. Hellap's going to be good for his turn. Amaras is going to be good for the trade instead. And now it's all up to Tesseract, baby. This guy's good. This guy's flying. He takes down Hellap, but he's not going to be able to take down the burning fire that is Amaterasu. 9 and 10 on the scorecards, ladies and gentlemen, and Velocity, they answer back hard and fast to try and get that equalization and possibly the match point for themselves.
I think in the pregame we discussed that VLT don't play Haven much, right? And with the performance they're putting up on Haven right now, I'm just wondering, do Action PH have a curveball ready with Breeze?
Man,
You said it.
do not put that on me.
You said it. They don't have much of a game plan on Breeze, yet they let it through the veto. Now that can be tactical, my friend.
They have led this through the veto every single time, even against Kingsman. And against Kingsman, they lost on Breeze on a 13-5 scoreline. You gotta remember. And on Haven, they had a very dominant performance, mind you, on that last game. So the fact is, their Breeze map is the worst in the entire map pool, and I have no clue why they just let it through the map pool every single time.
They're not gonna let anybody from VLT through, for free at least. They have thrown a lot of utility towards A short. Yet, Marcel chooses to play this one aggressively. There should be a lot more presence from VLT, which is not there. So APH, they're gonna make the right call and rotate out because it's actually the hit towards C. Deathmaker spotted out, beautiful bait and aggro being drawn, which allows Arya to get that crucial kill. They were working for another site. Now they're heading back towards A potentially. You have the Killjoy, which is Marcel, who's trying to make some work done out of his position. And George
What?
playing this like he plays a pug with absolute confidence and with no fear. An easy upgrade. There should be the Shock Dart as well. Amaterasu. A 1 versus 5. Now that's a little too much to be asking.
Georgie, free kill.
2 kills away from the Bladestrom as well.
It's a 9 and 11. It's happening right here and right now, man.
It's gonna be hard for VLT to come back into this, man. And I just hope that
I
they
have
do.
no clue how they're gonna do it. Especially now that they don't have any proper buys. If they force here, you know that they have nothing to fight for a possible overtime.
Well, I'm trying to find plus points, bro. It's hard.
It's really
Moments
difficult.
like these, it's gonna require a couple of nutty headshots, a couple of nice taps with the sheriff, and it's aggression post. The aggression, how is it gonna be dealt? Is the question. Wow, they just clean swiped the board. 12-9. Now that is that's map point right there for APH. What kind of a game are we getting to witness right now?
They just held their W keys. They went in for a rush, and they full sent it. They pretty much didn't even stop for a second and full send their way onto A long. It just feels wrong. Like, dude, how do you even come on back from something like this now that Action PH have so much momentum on their side? They're the ones who are instructing this entire orchestra. They're the one playing all the notes. They're the one controlling every single instrument. And nothing like this double initiator composition that they're running, yes, it's a very strong part for the side of defense where you don't need a lot of information to play around with. You just throw out your flashes, you throw out your utility, and you're going to be able to get away with it. But to end your first half on a 7-5 scoreline, that's the toughest note of it all. You needed at the bare minimum of an 8-4 or a 9-3 to even have the sliver of an opportunity to try and bring yourself back on the attack, because on attack you need that Sova. The Sova is just so crucial on the map of Haven. Whenever I think of Sova as an agent, you always think of Haven as the first map where he needs to be there. Otherwise, you just don't have a lot of potency on your executions. You don't know how to bring it all back when it comes down to using your utility, gaining information whatsoever. The sky is good, but it's just not good enough. Action PAs, they're pretty much forcing velocity into a corner because they don't have enough info. They're waiting for the last 30 to 40 seconds for round execution. And that's one of the main reasons why they're falling apart here.
For sure. I've heard the term the sky is the limit, but here it's sky who's limiting. And
my God, you just had to give that.
Why not, dude? I feel like
no, that was a perfect pun.
Don't you think it would have been a little more viable for there to be the Sova instead of the Breach, though? The Sky
Yeah, that's true.
offers the heal. It gives you a crucial flash, which helps you make flashy plays that allows your duelists to get enabled even more. I don't know. There's a lot of contrasting debate on this, and I like the fact that there is a debate on this, right? It's not like how the controller meta is, where it's only Astra. Like, that's boring. This is more fun.
Yeah, that's true. You have to give it towards the meta in general that all of the initiators, they have a place. They're really strong. They're really good. But then again, then there's KO on the sidelines who's just sitting around being like, I exist, but only for a couple of maps. Breach was in the same position before, and now he's being picked up pretty much everywhere and anywhere because of the way that Breach is able to find so much value. But for now, at least, we're going to be jumping straight back into the matchup. We did face a little bit of a technical difficulty. We did fix that all up, but then here is where the real problems will start to arise. This is the last and final round. No more buys, no more second chances. Either you go in for a clutch here, you're gonna be able to switch everything out. You get yourself towards that overtime, or you need to mentally prepare yourself for the map of Breeze. Because Breeze is a map where, yes, you have the biggest advantage. Action PAs, they have no idea what they're doing on that map. No offense to them, but it's kind of what I've seen from the last couple of games. Okay. So, Velocity, what do you want to do? Do you want to fight for this? Or mentally prepare for the next 2 maps?
Oh, a lot of early utility disposed, and APH, they're going to play aggressive through A side. 4 members stacked here, dude. 4 members. That's what so much utility grants you. Freedom. Georgie, beautiful dodge of the flash, allows him to get that kill. His teammates drawing the aggro, and I'm going to
alive
to a fight in a 2v1. The way he comes up on top of that, I'm not sure. But I like it. He's still able to make do from a tough situation. And VLT realized that wherever they do decide to tread, there is utility.
It's just not looking that good for them now, is it yet?
It isn't.
Velocity.
Heading up with the post plan though, and the Seekers come out at a position where APH aren't really able to get much done. It's only Georgie who's given freedom and mobility to move towards the backside.
Oh, this could work.
To play this one aggressive? Yes, he does. Marcel a little out in the open. The Astral Divide. This is such a trump card now. VLT, they need to play aggressive. This is not going to be easy whatsoever. Oh, Georgie, a huge misplay. Now this is going to cost them as Hellfighter is able to deliver. Are they going to expect RU here? Footsteps going to be masked, and after clearing every other corner, they know that this is the only other possibility as even a viability. Right to ace. Beautiful tap, beautiful clap. 10 to 12 as VLT look to make APH work for victory. They're not going to give it away for free.
Yeah, not anytime soon. 10 and 12, they need to fight for this one. And the fight will just keep on continuing. This is their last bout of buys, I honestly do believe. You can already see they picked up an operator to put that final nail on the coffin, but Georgie, are you planning to go in for a swing from garage?
Yes, I love this. Let's see.
Dude, you do this all the time, but man, this is a competitive level game and this could go horribly wrong if you're not careful. Georgie, you're playing with fire. But Velocity, they're not going to give anything away, but no, Velocity, they're dead. This isn't a kill. They walked out into the awaiting arms of Georgie.
Yeah, they're playing with fire. It's about drive, it's about power. Georgie, he does not want to stop. Repositioning, the smart thing to do. There's a saying, always expect the unexpected, but you'll be thinking about way too much before you do anything in that sense. And Hellfighter, we know how big his brain is. We know how big his pool of talent also could be. And Tesseract, smart reposition. I'm just interested to know if Deathmaker spotted a leg. They're still gonna hold. And they walk.
Are you serious? You got the spray transfer?
That could have been the double on the side of RU. And man, Sky versus Sky, Flash versus Flash, Bird versus Bird. But
he gets it.
He diffs him out. Georgie finishes it off with the blades.
Defenders win.
Handing headshots with his razor. 13 to 10. That went nail-bitingly close. Luckily, Action PH closed this one out. This was the map which helps them secure a little bit of real estate in the best of 3. With the way the veto went, everybody is expecting there to be a third map just due to the fact that we have Breeze as a second. This map has delivered in all fronts. 13 to 10, VLT truly took the fight here. And I can't wait to see the replays because, yeah, we need to relive this, man. The first half and the second half, painting two contrasting stories. But at the end of the day, even though APH exited the first half with a 2 round deficit, they're able to close this one out with a 3 round deficit.
You have to give it to them. They just knew how to turn it all around. And at the very end, Action PH, they just showcased to us exactly why they were the better squads on this map. They had a lot more information, their composition was a lot more sound, and they were constantly playing based upon info instead of trying to take engagements that were overly aggressive, overly defensive. They were constantly switching up their strats. Sometimes they went in for a push, sometimes they went in for a slow, methodical play, waiting for velocity to make that first initial mistake. And all of these factors just kept building up on top of one another. And velocity, they just didn't know which piece to pull out to try and counteract any of these engagements. It just was a harsh one in general, especially on the attacking side. On the defensive side, honestly, I loved velocity and everything that they pulled out, but it just wasn't enough. They needed more. And in
Yeah.
this case, Action PH, they were able to take it all away. It's a sad story in general. Velocity, they tried. They didn't play badly at all. Like, honestly speaking, OG, as we do head on down over towards the match highlights, you can see it as well back at home, ladies and gentlemen, that Velocity, they played to their heart, played their hearts out. But the nerves and also their composition was just not helping them at all.
It didn't help them whatsoever, bro. APH, they were in a little bit of a tough spot to begin the game with, VLT. Good to get momentum early on. If they got a similar momentum in the second half, you'd see this as more viable, right? After APH woke up, this was a completely different story, my man. This
It looked
round
good
was
though.
so crucial, though. The fact that they were able to win out that buy round enabled them to finally come back and retaliate early in the first half, or else this could have easily been a 4-0 or even a 5-0 start for VLT. Denying that allowed them to play a little more cocky and have a little more rounds in the bag. Although this was one of the more crucial rounds that they lost. Alongside this, you also have where Emin was coming in through the backstab, right? That was when VLT were trying to retake the C side. So many of these rounds could have gone the other way. I think at the end of this ordeal, VLT, it came down to attention of the more finer details. And yeah, it wasn't like VLT did not get these Hail Mary rounds, right? It was there on both the sides. At the end of the day, if you want to win up against Action PH, it needs to be more towards you.
It does build up more and more, and at this point, Velocity, to try and think about what you can do on the map of Breeze, it could just be a little bit of a problem, but I do believe that currently in the state that they're in, it's a pretty simple one in general of what Velocity really need to do. They have the advantage on the map of Breeze. That is their home pickup. That is a map that they're the most comfortable in. And just brush off the map of Haven as just being a loss. Haven has not been their forefront at all for the last couple of months. Like, it just feels as though the roster initially, this was their best map. Deathmaker was dubbed as the king of Haven, but after a lot of the recent updates and after a lot of the recent changes, it feels as though Deathmaker has fallen off on this map, and Velocity as a general, they haven't had the best of showings. The nerves were acting up, they were starting to make a lot more mistakes, and mistakes do happen, even to the most experienced of teams, and you can already see it here. Velocity, they fell apart, but Action PH, they knew how to pick up those pieces. And the fact that they did, they deserve this win. Haven was their map, and they won it out wholeheartedly, but as we do head on down over to the final closing moments of this game here, OG, I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
It was primarily a composition diff, we know, but Georgie, man, how can you have this much confidence to just go in for plays like this and actually get away with some stuff? Like, look at this guy.
But
He
look at
is
the
not
overall-
giving any form of respect to them at all.
Yeah, but look at this. Like in a crucial run like this, where he pushed that wall, it gave VLT more room to work with. It gave them a couple more rounds for them to work with as well. And Georgie, a lot of this confidence has to come with two main things: A, skill, which he has a boatload of; B, the mental that you need to have as a duelist. As you're playing a jet, as you're playing arena, even if you do lose engagements, you cannot afford to back down. You need to be as confident as you entered in with your aim as it was in round 1 needs to be the same in round 20. Action PH managed to close that round out, and due to the man that you're seeing on the screen right now, ladies and gentlemen, Georgie, he looks so calm. He looks so disinterested in this matchup because he knows that he already won it out.
Always the guy on the jet. He's gonna go up on the MVP standings. We already can see that. He's gonna add one more to the tally. 330 ACS, 28 kills, 16 deaths, and 2 assists. This man has 8 first bloods. 8 OG. It's not 1, it's not 2, it's 8. He has been the instigator of every single engagement for Action PH throughout this entire roundup.
Yeah.
And the fact that this is how it all played out, I honestly don't know, man. He's been on fire, but everyone else from his team, mainly Tesseract, man. Tesseract has been an absolute beast. Every single one tap from this man send a shockwave through Velocity.
Yeah, and Georgie, he has the face of I don't give a crap, and he has the game of I don't give a crap as well.
Yeah.
The way, like you said, he plays aggressive, it aids to his strength. And VLT, sometimes they expected it, sometimes they didn't. That's the curveball you have while playing this ultra aggressive. Right away, a valiant effort from VLT to get this to double digits. We expected Action PH to have a far more easier time on the side of Haven, right? We expected this to be Action PH's map, which it did end up being. Now, as we're going to head on towards Breeze in a couple of moments, it's on the onus of VLT to make sure that their homework is done and to make sure that they close out Breeze. Otherwise, they're going to be joining not only Enigma Gaming, but also teams like Full Sense and Enigma Galaxy in that lower bracket run, which is not going to be pretty. It's not going to be good. It's going to be dicey. Yeah, Breeze, that's going to decide the fate of VLT, at least in this upper bracket.
The way that all of this has already played out, we know for a fact that Action PH, strong win. But for map number 2, they need to bring in something a little bit more different. Velocity, they're the ones who can easily pick this map up. Statistically, they are the better team. But after the performance from Action PH on that last game, after the aim game that they have already shown us, I do believe that their mechanical skill alone should give them that slight little bit of an edge to pretty much overcome their shortcomings that they have on that map, which is primarily the strategic factor. They are not always the team that you can always look to go in for rotations. They're not always a team that can play their cards proper on that map, but what they do have is their mechanical skill, and hopefully that's going to be able to shine through even more for map number 2. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading on down over into a short break. Don't go anywhere. Make sure to check the links down below in the description. Check out all of our sponsors. Give them a little bit of a showcase at least, and maybe pick up a couple of products. We have a couple of discounts that you can also check out as well there. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the Zotac Cup Valorant in just a little bit.
With a beautiful map of Breeze. Now, it's been the APH train all time in Haven, right? Especially when the sides turn, so did the table. How do VLT fare on their map pick? The last time around, we saw APH make some uncharacteristic mistakes like rushes and whatnot. Right now, it's where APH have a little bit of leverage. On the back of bagging map 1, they stand to even draw it to bind, but that's only if we go there. How do you feel about this aggressive? Because with GLT, it seems like they certainly came in with some kind of prep for
Yep.
Haven. They were, in some senses, more ready in the defense. They did pull off a couple rounds in the attack, but that's where things got a little sweaty
Mhm.
for them. Heading into Breeze, this is a map where VLT have been comfortable, but it's also a map that's been reworked. Now, how do you think that that plays into the picture?
I do believe that Velocity, they would love the reworks that Breeze has had. Normally, Breeze was primarily a much more attacker-sided map in general, leaning more towards a lot of fast executions through the usage of a Viper wall. Now, the Viper is really strong still, but it's not as necessary as you would have thought so before. The entry point's a lot more narrower, there's a lot more cover to work with as well for the defenders. And yes, the defense, they have a lot more angles to work with, and they can play it a lot more passive in comparison to before, but there's also another problem that starts to arise with this. Normally, why was the Viper so powerful and so potent before? Because it could isolate an engagement away from an open position. Now you don't have to invest that Viper utility anymore to completely block off a sightline.
Yep.
Now you can just casually walk your way forward inside of the site and use the Viper wall elsewhere. Another really powerful angle that normally you have to face check. Now you don't have to face check that anymore. The defenders have very little room to work with and, take those open engagements pretty much out in the open where the operator is the most powerful. The map has shifted away from being a very operator heavy map to being a really strong map for the operator still, but you have a lot more options to work with. Your rifles are going to be able to sing a lot more. There's a lot more cover to work with. You can play it cheeky, you can play it defensive, you can play it aggressive. The map has opened up a lot.
Yeah.
And hopefully Velocity are going to be able to make good use of it.
Sure, the defense has a lot that's changed, right? Fundamentally, in Breeze, the defense used to be a little dry in terms of cover, especially when the retake effort starts. It's like they're walking into an open site with everybody having LOS on them. Right now, the line of sight is heavily impaired with how the rework is in both the A side with with the addition of the container and with how they've fixed the left side of the entire site and the added rubble that's in towards the B side, giving A, more cover for the defense, B, a little more cover for there to be a retake, but it also offers C, a new ability for there to be a post plan that's even stronger. Once you get into the site, getting positions inside the site and then using utility suddenly becomes all the more powerful. So it could be that double edged sword that comes to stab you in the back later on.
There's a lot to work with on the map of Breeze. You have so many different sidelines. You have the mid that's pretty much open-ended. You can either go in for a full utility-based play, just as you were stating, or you could go in for a lot more gunfights now, which is pretty much a little bit more favorable, I would say. I still haven't really broken down the map of Breeze and found a way to make this map work personally for my taste. Before, I knew how to play Breeze. I knew how to take those engagements personally because the game just hates me and puts me on Breeze every single time. But for now, in the professional level play, I have still yet to see a team who have used the changes in Breeze properly to give them a pretty good, strong foothold in general overall across this map. We have
Mm,
seen in multiple different occasions where Breeze is still getting feeled out. A lot of the teams have not yet fully understood the map and they're still playing Breeze like they did before. Not really any sort of a switch up, not really any sort of a roundup. But the primary thing with the new Breeze is that there's a lot more elevated angles that you can work with. There's a lot more high ground. There's a multiple different ways you can play around a Viper that's using her own utility on the attacking side or on the defensive side. The map is a lot more dynamic. And I'm really hoping to see one of these teams finally catch on to that and maybe put that dynamic nature of this map on forefront. Because currently, Velocity, they're the prime pickups for this one because this is their best map. This is a map that they have mastered and taken down every single other team on South Asia, as well as a couple of teams from Southeast Asia. And if they take down Action PH, they can put the final nail on the coffin and call this their home front. But are they going to be able to do it though, OG? Because currently, Velocity, they're in a pretty tough spot when it comes down to their mental and also their scoreline. If they were not able to reset themselves, after this break, Action PH, even though this is their worst map, they can easily take this one away because they're riding high on the momentum, and you know what happens when the momentum snowballs out of control.
for sure. It's going to be down to the draft. So we
Mhm.
are going to be in a few seconds away from the agent select. I expect there to be a Sova without a doubt on either side. It's very fundamental to have Sova on a map like this. Yeah, I'm right. Tesseract and Right Away is both going in for the Sova. Sky, a nice option to have. In terms of the Sentinel, now you have Helef on the Cypher. Agent that I would really like to see on this map is Chamber. His alarm bot allows you to
True.
play a little more mobile. His ultimate's literally like an operator on steroids. And you also have his Q, right? Which enables you to be a little more versatile on a rounds like, let's say you're going to be on an eco. In a long range, having that ability to just one tap and fall back. That's big. And that being your ability, yeah, economy doesn't matter for Jack after that.
Yeah, the way that Chamber is able to control not just your own economy, but also the team's economy by being able to give them gun drops according to you having your ultimate and also you having that sheriff in your hands. It's just such a beautiful agent. But in general, I do believe that teams are not picking up Chamber primarily due to him not being as potent when it comes down to the info
Select
game
your
just yet.
agent.
Yeah.
With Chamber, normally what do? In Chamber, you are pretty much facilitated to take as many engagements as you possibly can. He's that hybrid duelist sentinel type that I personally love, but I have yet to master because Cypher can also fill that role, but he fills that role in multiple different fronts. You can play Cypher as aggressively as you want. You can be an entry fragger Cypher for all I care, and you'll still be able to find a lot of value. Or maybe you can switch your strategies up and be that anchor and be that lurker. That is exactly where Helef is.
Yeah.
He has two different fronts because you got to remember that Helef as a player, he was always the one to play the duelist before Velocity picked him up. After Velocity picked him up, he completely shifted gears and became that OG Sentinel that we know, no puns intended. And in that sense, Helef can easily take over the map of Breeze. He's one of the prime reasons why Velocity are one of the best teams on Breeze in South Asia.
Yeah.
We always have seen him get a lot of value. We know how he goes in for pushes, but the fact that he is so lurk heavy and he's pretty much the backbone for the team on this map, Action PH, if they're able to shut him down, then this is an easy win for Action PH. They don't have to worry about his lurks, they don't have to worry about his flanks. It all will come down to the Sentinels being able to get a lot of value. Because on Breeze, I've seen this over and over again. The duelists are normally dying out more often than actually getting any kills. It's difficult for the duelists to find a lot of value on this map. You're going to see why as well, ladies and gentlemen. The agent selection did go on down through, but I think that the lobby needs to be remade. So you're going to be stuck with us for a little while longer. You know, G?
Yeah.
That's the thing. How do you believe that the players are going to turn this one around? We already checked out the compositions, pretty much the exact same. So it's all about playstyle changes. And I do believe that Action PH, if they're able to break down a lot of the strategies that Velocity have already shown, it could just be the final nail in the coffin that they need to take a possible 2-0.
Possible. It's plausible. And you just got to
Mhm.
hope for the side of Action PH, right? Since we have a little more time before we do head on to the game, I'd like to call upon the discussion that we had, I think, towards the end of map one. Now, we were talking about the initiator and how each initiator has a taste and has her own signature to them, right? You have the Sky
Mhm.
signature with the Flash, signature with the Tail Blaze. You also have the Seekers. You have yourself the Sova, which is Information 101. You also have the Breach, which is Chaos. And on the sidelines, you have KO. Now, one thing I'm really looking forward to is when that Neon meta comes alive, there's going to be Chamber, there's going to be Neon, there's going to be Jet, a lot of players with active ults. Now, as soon as you get
Yep,
in with that suppress, as soon as you find a little more use of that suppress, that's when KO is going to become more relevant, right? Maybe in
that's
a
true.
couple of months down the line, maybe with another rework, KO would be the relevant initiator. But I understand when you say that he is effective but not efficient enough to be that
Mhm.
signature. Whereas you have Sky with the regen flashes being as potent as he can. You have the recon dart being in a 40-second cooldown, so that's very low if you consider that
Mhm.
a round is what, a minute 50 each. So that early recon, then a mid-round recon where you're gonna hit side. It's a lot of information that's given to your team. Boy, this game with mirror compositions, it's gonna be coming down to the wire, and we're again gonna get to see the single duelists go head to head. So this is another chance where we get to see the Georgie versus Deathmaker fight. Georgie, I feel like, was the more confident out of the pair. I'm not saying that Deathmaker was afraid or anything. Nah, he was cool. He knew how to take his fights. His fighting style is just contrastingly different. Now that we're going to be playing on the comfort map of VLT, I want to see how that affects Georgie and his ability to play confidently and play cocky. As a Jet, you never want to lose that cockiness. That's what makes half the
Yep.
Jets in the world really good, and that's what leads to really good Jet players pulling really great plays. Talking about great games, talking about great plays, we have Breeze on our PlayStation, gentlemen. We're expecting this to be a VLT victory, but by no means can you rule out Action PH. They've proven to us that even though they might be a newer name in Valorant SEA, they are the name that you need to fear. This is where they can put that to the test, as it's gonna be uh okay, a lot of players towards this B side. I'm not sure if the action phase has been paused for that long, but are we going to expect early aggression through B? That could be the setting. Also, a good setup from arches is down towards mid, right? You can send both the recon and the flash from top arches to bottom mid, which will enable the peek from Georgie, who might just take it from door.
It's gonna be the case here. Georgie, he loves to play it aggressive, so him waiting it out on mid doors is not out of the cards anytime soon. But with the pause coming on down through, Action PH, they are gonna be fixing up a couple of their own issues, but from the sidelines, Tesseract, he picked up a Sheriff and no shock darts whatsoever, no recon, no owl drone. So they're playing purely based upon their raw gunfights, and it could just be a pretty close affair if they're not careful. I can already tell here, OG, that Action PAs, they're going up for their old shenanigans on this map. Either you take it aggressive, or you just fall apart.
Look at
Velocity,
that.
though.
Oh my goodness.
Yep, this is what I was worried about. Oh, wait, never mind. I don't think I have to be worried about it.
Through the shoulder. He gives
Oh,
him the
yeah.
shoulder. And this has to be VLT wondering what the heck just came their way. A blink and you miss it. And it seems like VLT missed it by a mile.
Spike down.
It's a
B.
wrecking ball, bud. It happened.
They came in
LF.
like a wrecking ball. That's what you're saying, eh?
Yeah, exactly. God damn it. If I had a singing voice like you, I would have actually sung the song, but in this situation, that's not going to be the case. It feels as though I can hear the fat lady singing for this round already. LF. Last player remaining. There's not much that you can do. Goodbye, buddy. You're just going to get popped.
Flawless
Mostly's going to be the one
victory,
shutting
dude.
down. This
We
was a
expected it to
fast
be
round,
different.
man. Holy hell, that was quick.
Confidence is key. And I think that's what APH have learned the hard way. And they're making it easier for them. 1-0.
This goes here.
A strong start. Let's see if they're able to fold on this. If they're able to fold on this and secure their bonus, that's going to be red alert on the side of VLT. We've mentioned on how VLT are the stronger side on this map. We've mentioned on how APH are not really the best on Breeze, but they let it slip through their veto. Let's see if they let it slip by for a justifiable reason. Well, this rush towards B. Last time it was APH who rushed against an Ares. You can't really afford to commit a rush. Although the trades do come on through.
Okay.
3 versus 2 with VLT. Surprisingly,
They wouldn't
the upper hand. The Ghost
Spike planted.
against this. Oh my god, he's looking the wrong way for just a second. Ares punished. Headshot aplenty. Georgie looking for the Ares himself. Oh my god, right away. He was so low, but he was a sitting duck as well. Hellfighter. He's gonna be hoping that the defuse is not stuck. Georgie, understanding his positioning, understanding the play. He shall not be afraid, as you shall not pass 2-0. The one thing that did pass though is the plant, which gives VLT some added money to their account, which again enables them to go for full shields, go for full utility, go for everything that they dream and everything that they want under the sun. Georgie has invested into that Phantom. In this round, don't you think that a Marshall investment would be far better if you're going to be playing the bonus just due to the fact that you can get that early operator running? I also understand the fact why they want to go for that Phantom. APH have been playing the game plan where they're not going to play the bonus. They want every round for as it is, a round.
Not looking as good for them. They are going to be opting to go in for that buy regardless. And I do believe that going in for buys on the map of Breeze is a little bit better than playing a bonus. Primarily due to the long-range sightlines. The long-range sightlines just make it so much more difficult to get a lot of value out of those bonus weaponry. But ooh, Deathmaker! He's feeling spicy with it. Gets a beautiful tap onto that first initial player. But still, is it gonna be enough? Because now the trades are coming on down through. Arya's gonna be good for one. Georgie's looking for an aggressive play, and this aggressive play could just be working out for him. Georgie has the corner. He's gonna take a swing. They're gonna be able to beautify. Georgie gets a 2K. And it's all over, done and dusted. Right to Ace, who are known as right to collect for a reason. But it's not gonna work. It's done.
What did we just see from Georgie there? That one and done position. I assumed Hellfighter would be looking towards the absolute ending of that Viper wall. With that one angle not being watched, the punish was immense. And the play, even more flashier. 3-0. We mentioned how it's very important for VLT to secure that buy round. With them not securing this, how much more can APH leverage? It's a rush setup towards that A site. VLT, they're gone in for that half investment. Deathmaker going full armor with that Sheriff. He should be able to grab that orb from shop and whip out that Blade Storm. The Sheriff is just an insurance policy. Hellfighter, using that camera, gonna be able to clear out any kind of aggression while the rest of his team works their way through shop and cave. The information put to a halt. The Owl Drone gonna head out alongside Deathmaker, who can be as mobile and as lethal both in the same time. Deathmaker, he doesn't need to get the first frag as it's Marzel with the Sheriff who works magic. They can't push holes this time around due to Hellfighter's presence. The backstab, it needs to be a hard-fought one, and it's Georgie yet again pulling off magic. Deathmaker pulls off a little bit of magic himself using that Blade Stream to perfection. Modski, we've seen the play through the Viper wall be absolute lethal, and it's all going to be on timing. Deathmaker, he's making this one absolutely hurt. The Thrifty, it comes out from the side of VLT. There, however, is enough money for Georgie to invest in that operator. For all Georgie cares, this is when the game starts. Wait, yeah, there we go. He invests in the operator. I was just second guessing myself as he bought that Phantom. Nah. This is also a map where operators are very viable, right? Even though there is a lot of reworks done to the site, there are a lot of avenues where the operator could take that long-range duel and feel comfortable doing so. This time, it's going to be a hit towards B, and that's exactly where Georgie B. The push from Emin is not going to be immediate. The flash is just for information, which he doesn't get anything out of. VLT were just hiding towards that B window. Now, they slowly start the walk. The off-angle held by Emin, but he continues to press the W key. Now they commit the W key in towards the side. Georgie, he pulls off the Blade Storm and he's slammed down to oblivion. That wall is paper thin and it hits like a paper cut. 4v3 disadvantage for APH. Modski, there's a backstab that he will see. Hellfighter, the cameraman himself, gets dealt with. 2 versus 3. Did they attempt this or did they let it go by the wayside? I think they're calling it save.
Yeah, that save is just a smarter play here. To go in for a try and to even waste out on those guns is just not worth it. Not with the economy that they have right now. But the fact that Velocity have picked up that operator for themselves now, yeah, that's gonna cause a little bit of a problem. It was a massive investment from Action PH. And you can already see why Action PH, they have a pretty rough time to do anything on this map. They tend to take a lot of 1v1 engagements instead of playing together as a squad. And they're starting to drop because of it. But for now, at least, Action PH, they have made their way down to the attacker side of spawn. They aren't going to be able to save their weaponry. But the fact that they did save these weapons need to be in positions where their teammates are also going to be able to pick that up. They cannot play aggressive anymore. That's one of the main problems of saving guns sometimes. You would want to play aggressively, but playing aggressive means that you're putting the guns that you are saving in your opponent's territory. So your teammates can no longer pick that up. They can no longer make use out of those weapons that you have saved if you go in a little bit too aggressively here. So a little bit more of a different approach from Action PH, and they're possibly going to be able to get away with it. But Deathmaker, easy kill for him. But no, Tesseract still lives. He's going to be able to get away and get a heal from his buddy.
Or even drop that gun in case they don't want to expel that heal. They have that option of having a couple of players with armor. You know, this hit towards the A side. It's been really powerful from the side of VLT, and it's something that Action PH haven't found a reply to. 2-man setup towards halls. Hellfighter, along with Deathmaker, looking to make
he's back, baby.
Deathmaker is all that they need. Marcel and co. Clean up this A site. Modski's, all that remains has some Marshall. All he's going to be looking for is maybe a frag or two. Nice frag on a Deathmaker. Hellfighter, though, quick to the trade. 3-3. They find the equalizer here, VLT. And they show us that they picked Breeze for a reason.
the reason why this is their best map. As soon as they have a foothold, as soon as they figure out how to play their strategies, they're not going to be missing a single beat here. And now that Velocity are in the prime spots to take everything out,
a nice spot.
they're looking to see if they can switch everything out a little bit more here. Take a couple of more engagements. Change it all out, because currently it is a pretty good startup for them, but Iman is running straight into a wall. The poor boy didn't even know what hit him. But he's still going to be able to live through it all regardless of the situation. But Deathmaker, he has the champion Vandal in his hand, and it's glowing in his presence. He's basking in the glory. He is the top fragger of this entire lobby. But for how long is the real question, because one small mishap, one small misplay, and you're just gonna fall like dominoes.
Seeker's out though. That enables APH to play aggressive just for a small window. That window though quickly disappearing. And Deathmaker, a nice headshot. Hellfighter on the perfect lurk from Halls. This man has been a menace in that position, and Georgie F.
Oh no.
Right now, buddy.
Yeah. F's in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Because this guy,
When you try your best but you don't succeed, well, this is what it looks like.
Where is everyone hiding?
That's
Camera taken.
kill and a half coming in from Modsky. Gonna open up
30 seconds left.
that door and head for a quick backstab. Mind you, with Hellfighter removed from the position, they don't have any utility to get a confirmation on the backstab. All they have is game sense
this timing.
and gut.
The timing.
This could
He's
be
getting. He's gonna get it. This is regardless. Oh no, Olski. It's gonna be good for one. He has a cyber cage. He needs to wait for Ryu to go in for a push. Ryu, you need to be the instigator for a little bit more here. If he doesn't find that first little bout of information, Motsuki is dead. Motsuki's gonna get popped soon, but no, Motsuki's gonna live. He takes a right to ace, and that's all up to Deathmaker. Deathmaker, you have been good. You have been fly. You have been an absolute chad when it comes down to these rounds. But still, there's not really a lot of time. You get one. He's gonna be able to take down a second, and the clutch for Deathmaker. Or he tries to stick it, but he's still not gonna be able to find that one fight. And Deathmaker coming in now strong for Velocity to take the lead back for their side. And in this 3 and 4 scoreline here, OG,
Yeah.
Velocity, that was a little bit too close for comfort.
In that situation, there was a feeling like he had nothing left to lose. And this was the end for him to choose. 4-3. That puts VLT in the front foot of not only the amount of rounds, but also the moolah in the entire situation. It's another half investment from Action PH. Amaterasu is joining in on the fun towards Halls as well. Not only Hellfighter who likes lurking around these waters. They say birds with the same feather flock together, but fish from the same school, together they act cool.
Alright, I can get behind that.
Amaterasu is still holding the position though, and yeah, Tesseract with the amount of shenanigans at Halls, I'm surprised that he did not anticipate that corner.
You know, I don't
Why-
think that the fish analogy actually works here. Amaterasu feels more like a shark than anything, the way he's eating them all up.
Sharks swimming in this water. Do you see the fish are Action PH then?
Yeah.
Player standing.
They're
Okay.
bleeding, and right now the sharks are hungry. They're
Yeah.
bleeding internally, bleeding in terms of rounds. Although, this might be a piranha. Are you? Gonna get consumed the whole regardless. 5-3 as VLT looks squeaky clean. It's however their hit towards A that's always been left unanswered, right? Action PH having real problems in towards that A side. VLT with the use of versatility are always able to keep Action PH on the edge of their seat. They're not only contesting A, they're contesting mid, they're contesting halls, and sometimes they hit B. That's the power card of being so good at the map at the same time so versatile. Mid split towards A.
Wait, that didn't catch anyone?
Okay.
Well then.
Oh, Marcel.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Deathmaker.
Where did they come from? Hello, that was the fastest rush to mid that I've ever seen. They didn't even give a damn about mid window. They just full on sent it inside of the site.
Send it in, my friend. That's what Deathmaker does.
One enemy remaining.
And DM is back. He had a rough game on game number 1, but as soon as it came down over to game number 2, he's able to switch it all out. Marcel takes that blasted final kill on towards the face of RU, sending him back home. 3 and 6 on the scorecards already, ladies and gentlemen, and Velocity. God damn, they're on fire. There's a reason why this map is their home turf. And Action PH, they can feel that pressure. That's why they're taking that pause to try and recollect themselves and understand what really is falling apart for them. And once again, it's always the lack of control and the crossfires. They are constantly getting caught out by the timings.
Yeah.
Every single time I see them play, Action PH, it feels as though they just lose that sense of, oh, this is where the hit's gonna come, and this is where we need to slow down.
Yeah. And it doesn't seem like VLT are slowing down whatsoever, right? Like you said, VLT are on fire, but the side of Action PH are the ones who stop, drop, and roll. It doesn't make sense that even though there's so much aggression through hold, so much aggression through mid, so much aggression through A, despite them knowing what's going to happen, there is nothing that they can do. With Deathmaker and Marzel already playing out of their minds like this, Marzel, he's playing the sky like a pseudo-duelist. He doesn't even care about setting up Deathmaker. He knows that Deathmaker is good enough that he doesn't even need setup. And considering that this is not a ranked game, that this is a match that decides who's going to be our second team to be crowned as the upper bracket grand finalist, there's a lot that they can lose. They're not losing it though, because losing is not what they do. That bird was so weird.
Oh my
bird costed them this round.
I think that the bird was just trying to, you know, spread out its wings and just have a little bit more of a showboat. But no, Georgie! He nearly got caught out by that, but Georgie's still trying to get a secondary. Just not gonna happen. They're gonna hold on, but Tesseract! Give me that sheriff skills from time to time.
He's going for the gun. There is Modeski with the Vandal. He's gonna be looking the wrong way though.
God.
That 18 kills in the bag so far. Tesseract wants to try. He wants to give his very best. And VLT, relentless for a map 3. EPH, there was a lot of ways this round could have gone, right? That initial beam in aggression, if it panned out at least a little more, if there was a little more of a silver lining within this dark cloud, this could have been their round realistically, considering the backstab that we got to witness from Georgie. And even if Georgie was in that backstab, considering the position he was in, he had the option of trigger discipline to some extent. I'm pretty sure that right to ace wouldn't have been in... I'm pretty sure that Georgie would not have been in right to ace's peripheral vision. If only we could rewind time.
Like Will Smith.
I was gonna say like Back to the Future.
Will Smith's a little bit stronger.
Yeah, but I like the car, dude.
Dude, I miss that movie so much. I'm probably gonna watch it again. There's so many different analogies in that one movie that you really just want to relive over and over again. But
I love the song as well, you know? You gotta get back in time. Yeah, that was a banger of a song, man. Talk about 80s disco. That's something that I'm gonna watch right after the cast.
yeah, I think that we need to go back to the 80s a little bit after this matchup because Velocity, currently the way that they're turning it all back, they're answering back for everything that they felt on the map of Haven. 3 and 7 on the attacking side of this new breeze, which is a lot more defense favor now, mind you. And the fact that Velocity are able to get this much control here on this map already on the attacking side, I'm getting goosebumps at this point, just imagining what they're going to be pulling out on the defensive end, because the defensive side for this map is now a lot more powerful than it ever was.
Yeah, and this is the dying segment of the first half, right? About time that APH start feeling the change and, you know, killing the pain. What do they do different is the question. They're trying to play proactively. They're like, if you want the A side, you can have it. We'll play retake. We have RU. with the Viper split towards B, and they're gonna focus a lot of utility in through mid. Deathmaker,
Oh, Georgie.
a couple of shots, and that should be information for Georgie. They're sending the Tailblaze down towards elbow, and this should mean that this sends VLT packing back to the A side, which is exactly what Action PH to some extent want.
Looking to see if they can get a little bit more of an avenue to work with, but Helef, he has something
always
else to
been
say
here,
about it. Helef, he lives here. This is his home. You don't want to break and enter into his house, but he's gonna break and enter into yours. Helef, he heard out the noise. He knows exactly what he can get away with. He's looking to push himself forward a little bit more, but still him on. He's gonna be in a beautiful position, but Waterhouse is gonna be able to snap him in the face with a bullet here. Tesseract from the sideline shuts down Deathmaker. The Raid Boss has been taken down, but one by one they're gonna drop like flies. Georgie, he whips out on those shots. Waterhouse is still gonna be able to live. He's jiggling around all over the place with Helef getting the final kill on towards the back end. Tesseract takes a back seat, and it's a 2 versus 2 here already, OG. It's building up better and better, but still Georgie doesn't miss any of those shots. Spots out of Monterosso, takes his head clean off his shoulders, gets a 3K to get the final round and the final nail in the coffin on towards the side of Velocity. And with that Action PH, they're able to answer back. 4 and 7. One more round for the 5 and 7, and a pretty strong scoreline to end off the first initial half.
Finally, they get a round. Let's hope they get the final round now. 7 and 5 would be, like you said, a darn nice score to take. Sure, this map is more defense-oriented, yada, yada, yada. If the pistol goes the way of Action PH, there's still a fight left in them. That's what they proved with the round prior. They do have the Blade Storm up as well on Georgie. So he can be, again, mobile and lethal at the same time. Their attack towards A has never failed them except for the round before. And they're looking to replicate the same brilliance. Hellfighter finally gets punished on the back lines. They're not able to... Okay, Deathmaker playing this one aggressive. Amaterasu, though, is the difference maker as he gets both Georgie and Motsky. Numbers traded. Positions decent for the side of Action. But reliant on individual success. Deathmaker knew exactly what the play from Evan was. Beautiful job. Deathmaker making death, showing us why his name and his game go in tandem.
Switching sides.
As now, the defense, it should be significantly easier for the side of VLT. The first half from Action PH was a little bit of a heartbreak, but I think we get a chance to relive that heartbreak in a few moments with that first half replay. Before we even head to that replay, one thing that I have to say though is Action PH were letting the punish happen way too easy. They did not fight mid. Their side defense towards A was a little too upfront. They're playing this breeze like it's the old breeze. You know, here on the defense, you can afford to play a little more conservatively. You can afford to play on the back of more passive angles, but on the back of utility. That's something that they weren't given the liberty to do, and that's something VLT were deliberate in their attack with. At least they started off the half and they started off the map well. APH, they got the first 3 rounds. After that, though, it's been a bitter tale.
Yeah, it was a complete another landslide victory for Velocity. They had the control, they used their guns, and man, Deathmaker is just hitting all the shots on this map. You know that when the king is online, he's gonna make sure he sends a statement. He creates the laws. He's the dictator of these fights. And with that, Velocity, they're gonna be able to lead the charge right behind Deathmaker. We're on to victory. And there's a possibility that this map could just go towards Velocity pretty much stably now because they're on the defensive side, and their defensive side of Breeze is way more powerful than their own attacking end. And if this is the performance that they had on attack, the defensive side is something that I don't believe Action PH are going to be mentally prepared for. First initial half is still over already here, OG. And if Action PH, they want to go in for a complete another roundup switch up, it needs to happen right here and right now.
Right here, right now. Yeah. It needs to get a whole lot sweaty. If Action PH are going to contest this, there needs to be that pistol victory from the side of APH. If this first half is going to be even relevant to talk about, I mean, the second half. This first half was more or less a Deathmaker show. If I'm not wrong, he's at what? 21 frags right now. Whew.
21 frags ending off the first half, by the way.
Digits, by the way. Nobody else in VLT even have double digits. 9 on Amaterasu, 9 on Hella, 4 on Marcel, which, if I'm not wrong, 3 were Sheriff taps, and 3 from right to ace.
They're just having a little bit of fun out here. They know what they need to do. They know how to bring it all back. And for now, at least, the way that Deathmaker is playing, he just has all of the control in the entire world. Players are going to be going in for a little bit of a break. You can see them heading outside to maybe refresh their minds a little bit at least, because currently, if they want to win this Action PH, they need a complete and utter shift in the way that they're playing with their momentum. Because currently, on this 4-8 scoreline, if you don't win out on the pistol round, it's already over. Velocity, they're going to win this and take it all away.
Yeah. We're heading into the pistol, ladies and gentlemen. The second half is upon us. And it's upon APH to make a resurgence. The flash outside door. Marzel choosing not to go aggressive. Perhaps that flash could have been for information. Mind you, there is a push through elbows, so this information would come in value for them to fall back in the nick of time and expect aggression. Georgie. Ooh, he dashes back to safety and forces the fight on his turf and on his terms. Sadly, it's Helef and right to ace that come to clean house. Found you. Exactly what you need to be saying in that kind of situation. Modsky, an ace. That's what's required. He might be a mad lad. He might be one of the best ciphers that we have done at SEA. But there's no way he's pulling this out. Whew. Deathmaker.
Easy tap to the
Tapping
floor.
that head and making this round a far more better looking one. It's a flawless victory that was there on the side of VLT. This might just be a quick end to Breeze, as it feels like a Breeze for VLT at least.
All the punts can be made from this map, but for now, the thing that binds them together will be the fact that this buy round for them, sorry, this anti-eco round, mind you, for them could just be the best possible opportunity to get that double-digit scoreline. I'm not going to count out Action PA just yet, because we know how deadly they are when they have the sheriffs in their hands. But with the Skyflash now giving all of the information that they need, it's just a slow push up forward.
Yeah. But you better hope that on the back of the big guns, at least then there's going to be some sort of silver lining, because right now,
Oh my
it's
God.
no haven to them whatsoever. Georgie, he's able to grab his hands on a bulldog, and this might as well just fracture the hopes of VLT if they wanted to win this clinically. Amaterasu playing the angle beautifully. Tesseract was expecting him to be on the other side. Well, now he's up in the sky waiting for the next round. 4 versus 3. With that wall committed, they're able to have some sort of safe passage into the ace side where they'll be able to plant and play the
Oh! Instead of an ascent, they did a descent instead. Georgie's gonna take a back seat, but Ivan's still gonna be able to switch it all out. Ivan, a little bit of a bat spray, but still gonna be under control. But no, he's gonna lose control. Goodbye, good night, sleep tight, but no! Maybe this is gonna happen! But Deathmaker comes in clutch right at the very end. He's gonna be able to take it all out.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that was way too close for comfort. Iman, you're an absolute Chad. But
If-
for velocity, Deathmaker, he's even better.
Yeah, I think they were a little split in their decision making when they wanted to play aggressively there. They just ended up lining up. 4 to 10, double digits on the side of VLT. If they're gonna bring about the closure, it better be now. A side of Action PH, even though they might not be fully comfortable on a map like this, you really do not want to give them any sense of comfort. I love the cinematic. What the hell?
Wait, I didn't know that thing was in here.
Is he stuck? Is he buried? So many questions now. More than answers. I want answers aggressive. I'm gonna go on Reddit right now, in fact.
I firstly want to know, why did Riot even do this? Why put a cute teddy bear down in the bottom like that? Just like Motsky, He put Marcel into his grave.
Spike planted.
But for now, at least, they're looking for more. But this isn't just working out for them. Helef missed out on a couple of these shots. And Tesseract instead is going to be the one to shut it all down. Iman. He has a little bit of control to work with. The positions are prime for them. But with the Aldron now spotting out one of those players. Here comes the cavalry. Here comes the army. And one by one, they're going to try to run it all down. Amaterasu comes in down clutch with the Ares. Your favorite gun here, OG. And right to Aces. Let's use the gun from Wish.com to get the final kill off. 4 and 11 on the scorecards. And Velocity, they're answering a lot of different questions. And one of the primary answers is that yes, the map of Breeze, it's going to be ours.
2 rounds left for them to conquer this matchup. Hey, we got to see a flashback of that. I'm happy. Halls has been a position which VLT have been no strangers to exploiting. I think it's about time APH tried to maybe deliver the same medicine that they were given. Other than that, what else do they do? Their aggression towards mid worked out the round prior. But I think now VLT are wise to that fact. Nice recon. Pushes Helef back. Able to isolate the frag on a Tesseract. They're going to play on the back of the Seeker. They have a good inkling as to what the play is. Amaterasu going to be blinded momentarily as Hellfighter finds Georgie playing aggressive. 4 versus 4. The B side momentarily looked like the objective on the eye of APH. Slowly turning in to a trade ground where, sure, they boil this down to 3 versus 3, but they make the right call. They're playing this slow now, and they're waiting to root out some kind of aggression from VLT.
They're looking for more. Final bouts of changes. It is a 3 versus 3. Sky in the hands of the defenders, but Amaterasu. This is such a dangerous angle to hold, but at the same time, it could work out so beautifully for him. But no action. PH, they're going in for the rat play. They're on that lurk. They're gonna be able to push their way forward even deeper into enemy back lines.
They're
But
backstabbing B. Oh my god.
oh,
30 seconds
these guys are okay. Deathmaker's dead. No,
Let him
Deathmaker's gonna be blinded. They look in the wrong direction. Oh god, this is gonna fall apart for them. They already know exactly where they're gonna be holding. Velocity, they're just gonna run on it down away because they know it has to be a B-side execution. Timing's not gonna be in his favor, but Deathmaker's still gonna be able to hit those shots. Final kill, and it is gonna be Monteros just finishing up house and cleaning it all up and sweeping it under the rug as well. 4 and 12 year OG. I think it's over because now the attackers, they don't have buys.
They don't have buys. Doesn't mean they die, but yeah.
This is the day they die for you. That's it.
Dude, I love the music that Riot puts out. Most game designers and game creators don't really have really good soundtrack and sound selection. Valorant and Riot being a keen exception. They had a lot of good stuff back in the day with League, and I'm so happy that they're translating it into content in Valorant as well.
I'm still waiting for the next skin bundle, man. I want a new song skin bundle. I love the Z bundle, but the Z bundle just doesn't hit as much as the Champions bundle. Oh boy.
Well, talking about hit, Deathmaker, is he gonna make this one stick? Ooh, are you? He plays his utility perfectly, plays all his cards nice, and he's just bunny hopping his way back, knowing that he's rubbing all the more salt in his enemy's wounds with that kind of a play. Right to ace though. Gives the salt right back. Ooh, that could have been an iffy spray. Marcel though, with not an iffy play whatsoever. Oh my god, no more Viper indeed. Holding the angle and holding their necks. 1 versus 1. The battle of the Cypher, and Mo's able to win it out.
Moleskin didn't have armor for this entire fight and he still got it?
And he didn't get the operator on tactic as well. They don't want to give it back to VLT. Of course, you lose 1 round, you're out of the map, right? But you lose that member, you give it back to Deathmaker and he uses it against you, and that's not a way you want to get out in Breeze.
It was an absolutely beautiful round from Action PAs. They read into these aggressive plays being put on by Velocity, and they instantly read the situation and they were able to bring in one back. But once again, Like, how many times have we said this? Action PH, for them, this is not their best map. This is the one map that they're always gonna be having a little bit of a hard time on, but maybe Motsky, he's making it a little bit simple for them. The 100 Sphere did go out, doesn't really get the kill, but they get a little bit of a tag. Right, Amadoras's position has already been revealed, but it's now all up to Marzel. Marzel's not gonna be able to survive that one for long. A little bit too much of an aggressive play. It does cost him his own life. And one by one, they're gonna start dropping like flies. A Deathmaker, he's gonna be the last player of the bunch to maybe get a difference for his entire squad. 28 kills for this man. He's looking for the 30 bomb. He should be able to get it in the following round or so.
Yeah.
Or even in this round, honestly. 2 kills is not that much for him.
Especially on the Blade Storm. We've seen this man do brilliance before. Right now, his position, completely unexpected just due to the timing. Recon's gonna keep him at bay for just a little longer, and Georgie, knife out. Knives out as well. Oh god.
Oh god, both of them win! They still get the kill!
Okay, now that needs to be a clip right there. Your average jet
anime battle. Oh!
30.
Yeah, that's the 30. And that Vega's gonna be happy with that. He's like, yep, I got my 30. Job done, boys. Next round, we're gonna win this.
Nice stuff. 12.
This was an eco, mind you.
Exactly, that's why, right? They did a decent bit of damage. Now, all that damage, they can deliver that finishing blow. Do you know that Rudy's Records Shack also has the Z logo in it? Which means that whatever collection you were talking about was made on Breeze. At least the music.
That's actually smart. I love the way that Riot actually puts all of their skins based upon lore. Like, there's not even a single skin bundle in this game that is not related to the lore. No other game does this. Like, when you think of other games, they just take a lot of wacky products and just make them into a skin. But everything in Valorant, there's a reason for it. And that's what I love about Riot. They don't do anything without reason.
Yeah.
Unless you think about Euro, which is absolutely useless.
Oh god. I mean, we talk about the Odin being salty, the real salt's on the mic. Wow.
I hate Euro with a passion, primarily because my duo partners are Eurobait and I've lost too many games because of him playing on a Euro.
Well, let's see if Deathmaker can deliver the same pain that your partner does. Well, he's as lovely and as lethal. Oh,
Hello?
he tried to go for the no scope. Is he trying to get him a classic? Alright, BLT though. One man advantage
Spike
on the
planted.
hold. Are they gonna be able to just find some success? Marzel, he really needed to get some kind of play happening. With the Ratsudo
Last
utility,
player standing.
he has tried to make space for himself. There is a wraparound, and that's RU. 7 to 12. And what I was going for there, Deathmaker, he is really good at range with the operator, right? That there required some quick scope action, which sadly Deathmaker could not do. But hey, a lot more from where that came from, and a lot more rounds that VLT have. It's no stress for them. For all they care, bro, ek aur de de. That's what they've been. That's what they might be saying in the team chat. 5 rounds is what the side of Action PH need to string together if they need to force an equalizer. 5 rounds, what is it? 2 gun rounds, maybe 2 thrifty, and you throw in 1 half buy. Let's see if that's gonna be the case. Are you taken down, Marshall? Getting traded out. Mind you, this is gonna be Hellfighter playing with that Marshall.
Here.
It's also the cameraman, and he knows exactly where Georgie is. Like here, showing for all you people back home that information is gonna win you gunfights. Not who has the biggest muscle, it's about who puts the right muscle to the right use. And lining up a little bit of utility and Hellfighter.
God,
Down
Hellfire.
A.
He executes him. Merciless, but the trade comes on through. 2 versus 3, VLT, man disadvantage, and Motsky. He's gonna be playing a little more passive because his angle is expected This is the safety net that I like though. Action PH gonna take the longer route, gonna be
I
going to the
know
B side,
exactly where
and
it
he knows
is.
exactly
Last player
where you
standing.
are, right to ace.
30 seconds left.
Oh, dude, 145. I feel that pain. I feel it so much.
For those who's relatively new to Valorant, the reason that was 145 is because it was beyond 50 meters. Below 50 meters, and any headshot does for the Sheriff. But beyond that, it's going to be 145 at max.
Yes, this should do.
4 rounds is what's left of the humongous buffer that VLT had made. But now, Deathmaker seems to be cooling off just a little bit. He hit 30 a while back, now he's just on 32, but that operator is gonna change the story. Georgie, he grabs an operator of his own. This is something that APH, mind you, did not do even if they had it lying on the ground and it was a free option for them. So tactically, you have to say that something has switched on the side of Action PH as they're looking for a little more action before we do head on to bind.
It happen at any second now. They're gonna wait it out though. Not go overly aggressive. Not take any form of it, any unnecessary gunfights. And with the slow push up from mid, this could just work. Action PH, they're taking an engagement here. Deathmaker made a little bit of noise, but he's holding angle really tight here, OG. If he gets swung on, he's dead. And I do believe that the Viper, are you? You're playing a dangerous game out here, are you? He's going to be able to isolate the angle beautifully. He walks away with his life. He didn't know how close he was to touching death. But for now, it's 8 and 12. The map is very quiet. Not even a single player has been spotted out just yet. Some information being given away. And this recon bolt's going to be
30
able to catch
seconds
out
left.
one. They know it is going to be an A-side hit because there's not really a lot of time. And Deathmaker with the push does get the first initial kill. And those are the kills that you're looking for. And those are the kills that you're going to hope for.
Big
But
stop.
Georgie, he's going to be beautiful. Just deny the plan. One kill, Hellfighter. That's going to be one. That's going to be a second. And that's going to be able to change it all around. Couple of seconds
Stop time.
left. There's going to be more. So let Deathmaker end it all
Defenders
off.
win.
It is gonna be a map win for the side of Velocity, a beautiful one at that. 8 and 13, but Action PH, they were this close to closing that one out. Beautifully done from the team from the Philippines, but Velocity, they were just one step ahead. This is their home turf, and honestly speaking, Action PH, they're gonna be the ones to get sent back home, and they're gonna send us over onto the third map.
VLT, they almost gave that one away, but always felt like they were the one in the controlling seat, not making any kind of shenanigans towards the end there. And Hellfighter, yeah, shows us why he's one of the most competent sentinels that we can have in India. He's not only one of the best Cypher players on defense, but he can see the impact that he made throughout the attack, right? The way he lurks around, it is not only the front lines of VLT, which is daunting, but your own back lines, which are riddled with insecurities. That's what the VLT's formula is. Make the front line crumble and make the back lines rumble. Well, it felt like easy as a cookie. And now let's quickly head to the highlights, ladies and gentlemen. Breeze came closer than we expected. We expected this to more or less be a VLT whitewash, but getting 8 rounds, at least it's decent for the side of Action PH. They have something to show for themselves. Of course, they did win out map 1, so they have that safety net walking into Breeze. Hence, they didn't sweat. Now, they've given away that buffer. They've given away that safety net. It's do or die for either team. Whew, some of these frags from Deathmaker, dude. This might be the replay of Breeze, but it feels like a highlight reel whenever Deathmaker comes up on the screen.
Yeah, Deathmaker. He is just having a field day out here on this first initial half. Every shot that he hit, every spray that he took, it landed him multi-kills, not even just a single one. That's one of the prime reasons why he is known as the M King. There's a reason why he is dubbed to have the best aim in the entirety of India. And in that sense, Velocity, they pretty much put his skills on center front. He's got clutch after clutch, round after round. The confidence just kept on building. And Velocity, they were riding that high in every single occasion. But at the same time, you have to say, even though Action PH, they had a pretty rough time of their own, because this isn't their best map. This is their worst map outright. We all know that. but they nearly pulled it off. They nearly could have changed it all out, but their strategic factor is just not there. They relied on their gunfights way too often. I didn't see a lot of strategic plays come out whatsoever. They were playing bare bones basic breeze instead of having a proper plan to take any form of an engagement or any form of a fight. And I understand that because this map is really difficult to play.
Yeah, I
Not
think
every
the
team
only
can play.
planned aggressive fight that we saw was on the pistol round from Action PH, where they just rushed elbow like absolute mad lads. But madness is sometimes what leads to greatness. That's why a lot of people in history
Madness
who were
is
great
equal to
were also,
greatness.
yeah, that's why a lot of people who were quote unquote great in the history books were also labeled insane for their time. Like I'm talking about clinically insane, not the insane that we got as yet a Deathmaker, which is a different level, which is only reserved for a couple individuals. And one individual round where APH could have turned things around was where that 1 versus 2 went the wayside. Deathmaker clutched it out. Momentum is something that's underestimated in a game like Valorant. Because, sure, you have utility like Blade Storm, you have abilities like Neons, which allow you to even get lethal frags on the back of inferior weaponry. Fine, works. It's also about the team game, right? It's also about the mental morale. Winning ways puts you in a much more positive sense. And half this game is about your mental. Once you break the enemy's mind, it becomes far more easy to break them in the game.
It's just not gonna be the thing that gives you any form of an advantage here. As we look on down over towards the scorecards as well, Action PAs, they had a pretty good showing. 18 kills on Demotsky, but look at Deathmaker. 34 goddamn kills. He has more kills than his second 2 fraggers combined.
And the Sindivans. I see Emin there towards the bottom, and I feel like Emin really could use Bind. Emin's a player who I really love to see his individual brilliance on the initiator, not only to set his teammate up, but set himself up for success. That's something that he can take away from that man. And a map like Bind, even though there is less self setup than team setup, I'm interested to see what his mental is going to be. Breeze wasn't a favorite map for Action PH. Considering their 8-13 scoreline, they're going to be happy, they're going to be reset, and they're going to head into the next game hungry for a victory and hungry to continue their upper bracket run. VLT, though, they are surely giving Action PH a run for their money. Bind is a map where I'm expecting finally the double duelist composition. So aggressive. We've started the day off with what we consider rinse and repeat. We're going to end the day off, I hope, with a curveball.
This is going to be a game where I personally don't know how they're going to play this. Historically, the map of Bind has turned into a little bit more of a favorite pickup for Velocity. So I do say that they have a lot of different contingency plans and a lot of different strategies that should give them an advantage on this map. But then again, we can never speak too early about a team and how they're going to play, because it just takes one snap of a finger and you'd notice a roster that has an advantage just immediately fall to the wayside and they crumble under the pressure. Now, for Action PH, I honestly know for a fact that this is not going to hurt their mental at all. They know for a fact that they're horrendous on this map. They know for a fact that they put up a good fight against Velocity, taking a 13-8. So they're going to be able to reset, go on down over onto map number 3 and be like, hey boys, it's all right. It's the map of Bind. It's our map. We're going to be able to take it. But for now, you guys are going to be able to take a break, and so are we. It's been a long one. 2 intense games already, and the action is still not yet done. Make sure to hit that like, hit the subscribe, and also check out all the links down below in the description, as we are going to be heading on down over into a short break. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back with the Zotac Cup Valorant after a little bit. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Zotac Cup Valorant powered by Nvidia, LG Ultragear, Crucial, and Corsair. We are now back after an intense 2 maps. And honestly speaking, OG, it was a roller coaster of emotions. There were a lot of highs, there were a lot of lows. And honestly speaking, we had too many analogies to even consider what really happened on both of these maps. Haven, we thought that, yeah, that was going to be the place where Action Peach are going to be able to take it. Predictions were correct. 13 and 10 scoreline. Let's head on down over to the map recap screen to get a visual representation of the scoreline as we do talk about it. But that's the thing here. All of our ideologies, all of the analysis that we did really reigned supreme. the players that we put on highlight were the ones who risen to the top of all of our expectations. But as we do head on down over onto Bind, it's going to be a little bit more different here. I do believe that on Bind, both of these teams are very evenly matched. And no one team has a very specific advantage over the other when it comes down to strategies. I think that it's going to be all about the momentum, the mental, and of course their executions. How clean are they going to be taking these engagements? Because from what we know, Action PH and their trade game, it's almost immaculate. There's no kings in their armor.
Yeah. We've seen the double duelist strategy employed by BLT. Do you see the same coming out from the side of Action PH?
Possibly.
Georgie is
But the other question is going to be, will it be a Sentinel pickup or will it be just a solo Viper with another controller on their side?
Make a
I think that's a spicy pickup.
Yeah, that's fire. What is more fire is Raze, because of how explosive her utility could be in both narrow corridors and the fact that there is the TP, right? Now, heading into Bind, we're very soon gonna jump into the agent select, my friends. You do not need to wait any longer. The question here is who will represent themselves in the upper bracket finals and potentially have a ticket straight to the grand finals. Amaterasu goes in on that Viper, like you said. There's also Helef on the Astra, but the double duels is something that Velocity are keen to put into motion. Georgie, though, is going to hold himself up to the wholeness of a single duelist, so he knows that there's a lot riding on his performance in this map. A Sag. Now, this is something that we get to see more or less only on Split, right? In Bind, I've seen that the Sage kind of get phased out for the past few months. It's nice to see Tesseract going for this, although you could argue to the fact that there were better options. You can't argue that there is a better mind than Tesseract to choose how he wants to destroy his foe, though.
Thing with the Sage is that are we going to be seeing a very Sentinel type Sage or the proper Battle Sage, which goes for very unorthodox wall plays? I really want to notice those walls one of these days in professional level play. We see it in EU all the time where players go in for very cheeky walls, like, you know, the
Grim walls?
questionable Grim walls that actually work out. But in Southeast Asia and South Asia, we have not really seen that at all. And maybe Tesseract, he could be that Sage player that changes it all up. But let's just see. Because personally, in my eyes, not having a Jet on the map of Bind and only having a Raze, it just puts so much more pressure on the Raze to perform that, I don't know, if you double satchel into the site, you have a high chance of just getting shot out of the air and just getting swatted like a fly.
Yeah.
But not having the Jet behind you to maybe go in for a refrag or allow you to go in for a simpler push with one of her smokes, it's going to be hard. I really do believe that Georgie, he could be going out of the frying pan and straight up into the fire if he's not careful on this attacking side.
Yeah, you make him sound like a lobster there. One more thing that's kind of dicey is the fact that the only information agent here is the Sky, right? You do not have the Sova on the side of Action PH who are running that single duelist meta. Now, when you're going to run a single duelist, you need everything in your book to set that duel up. When you have the Sova, you have, like I said, real-time information. On the back of the Sky, sure, it's doable, but that's only one piece of utility you have in your arsenal. You shoot the Tailblaze down, bam. You're left with nothing but a flash to just confirm the whereabouts that there's somebody in that vicinity. You don't know where, you don't know what, you don't know how. That's three crucial pieces of information that you need to piece a fight together in the right manner. Now, it's going to be the game phase. It's going to be game time. You got to hope that Action PH are feeling their A game right now. They might have gone down in Breeze, but that's a map that they were not looking to take the dub on. That's a map that they made VLT sweat. They made VLT work for it. And sure, Deathmaker, more than happy to work them. This is, however, going to be the test. Deathmaker is going to go up against both Sky and an Astra. Now, those are two very annoying heroes when you're going to be playing aggressively at the Jet, right? You have that Astral Well, you have the Concuss, you have the Tailblaze, you have the Guiding Light. This is utility that's designed to push aggressive agents like Jet, like Rana, back to where they came from. So it's essentially, are Action PH gonna play their utility in a way where they shut down aggression, or is that gonna be taken a little leverage upon when you might see Deathmaker make a sneaky play? Without a Cypher, without a Sova, sneaky plays are so much more easier to make bets on and to fold upon. But that's all going to be a test of time. We've seen how rational fights, quote unquote, go the other way, right? And that happens far too often. Now, we've talked so much game, we've talked so much of textbook. It's only going to make a difference when we hit the server, because we know that all these players are more than capable of a bamboozle.
We know for a fact that they could just be the ones to just instantly switch everything out, go in for a completely different strat that we have never even thought about, and just amaze us right then and there. We are analysts. It's our job to analyze the game as much as we possibly can, think of possible strategies that the teams can employ, but we can't really think of everything. And the teams, when it comes down to the raw executions, they could make the most unorthodox of strategies look brilliant in that phase. You can go in for a fast bum rush with all of your members, not even using a single smoke, just pushing W keying your way into a site, and you could make it work. And it could look absolutely gorgeous and may look like a proper strategy that you can employ. But that's the thing here. Both of these teams are so evenly matched on this map. And also because they have such a massive difference in the way their compositions are played, can we even predict how both of them are going to counter one another? Because I feel as though composition-wise, both of these teams, they have utility, they have enough of a good roundup that they can easily switch everything around. But for now, at least, it all starts here, or it all could fall apart.
Marzel, though, he's been left alone. The paint shells exchange. Marzel, he's going to be able to confirm Emin, as the paint shells from the side of Georgie was a little off guard. But he's able to confirm the frag on a Marzel nonetheless. They did lose a member. Both Hellfighter and Deathmaker immensely low in HP. The aggression is going to come in from Motski. There are two members just lying in wait. And mind you, Hellfighter, the lower one out of the two. Motski trying to play this passive on the back of teamwork. They isolate this and is down to a 2 versus 2. HP gonna be the difference maker here. Deathmaker, the duelist, needs to take a duel, but needs to win it clinically. They could take the TP as well, and Motski with the spam gets it. Double TP. They're gonna camp this though. Motski just getting out of the TP, and then he got time. Dances.
Oh, he's at low HP. He's at 5 HP. One bullet and a dream. It's all you, right to Ace. You should know that this is your raid and this is your place to shine. But still, are you? He's
spam is
inside
big.
of this Viper's pit.
Yeah, spam potential though. On the side of right to Ace. He's playing inside cover. Argue. Patience is key. And right to Ace, the more patient of the lot. He's able to find this clutch. I'm not really sure what Motski had in mind there. He needed to either make a fast decision on whether he falls back into safe cover, back into hookah, or is going to camp the TP. He was caught in transition, and right to Ace comes in with a perfect punish.
Yeah, right to Ace is going to be able to jump on down in, get that final pickup that he needed. But at the same time, Motski, he played that so beautifully. Every single tap was gorgeous, but right to Ace, living up to his name of right to clutch, does bring it all back. But for now, at least, on this 1-0 scoreline, it is the pistol round, and honestly speaking, the pistol round doesn't really carry a lot of weight on the map. Not unless you shift over to the second half where the real problems start to arise. So for now, benefit of the doubt, just play it slow, just play it smart. But oh, Deathmaker, a little bit flicky with it. Beautiful micro adjust, does get the kill and sends a message as well. Action PH, they're now on the back foot.
Maker. Here's a lot of men, and mind you, inaccuracy, not a problem even when you're unscoped. Amin, the salt rubs in the boons as Hellfighter comes in with the brrrr and gets him. The shot left on the Motski. And has the Sheriff. It's Hellfighter though.
He's having fun out here.
Yeah, he's perfecting what we call recoil in this game. So, good practice. What's even better practice though is if they win out this bonus. That's gonna be what's on their eyes now.
Man, I just love the slow-mos that we have for these replays. People at LXG, they know what's up. These slow motion fights are just so beautiful to rewatch every single time. But On this 2-0 scoreline, we know for a fact that what else will be beautiful is the buys from the attackers. All fandoms on board. They have everything under the back, but this defensive side could just be a little bit more difficult to deal with as well. Because now that they have the judges, now that they have the Areses as well, it's probably going to be a little bit more of a problematic situation moving on down from this.
Yeah. It's a slow start for the side of Action PH. They know that they need to play this one very methodically. Marcel. This shotgun demon. Georgie's able to confirm that there's no presence towards the entry of Hookah, but he doesn't know about what's lurking in the depths of Hookah. I think he just figured out and is piecing together the fact that Marcel is in this off angle. Satchel tanks a little bit of damage, but he's still able to make it out in one piece, which is the more important part of the picture. Able to make it back under tube as well, so doesn't face any kind of punish from B-Long. Now, with this punished, the rest of Action PH, they're gonna sneak their way into that A site. This should be more than just a telegraph play. Considering the way the utilities place, BLT know that the side of lamps is going to be compromised. Hence, they're playing on the polar opposite of the side. Hellfighter, he's looking to double down on this Char's presence to make sure that they completely play for retake, and he breaks the wall in the perfect time.
Oh, no.
He put in the pressure. The plan delayed as well. Are you alongside Emin provide cover? This still is going to be damage potentially done by the side of BLT, which is only left on a Marcel. As the judge and trying to get back to cover 1 HP. At this point, I think he's better off dead. At least he gets the money. But I understand why he would save. The shotgun is so potent towards lamps that you can put it to use in the round following. 2-1. A start for Action PH.
Need a drop.
There's the possibility of an operator coming out as well from the hands of Deathmaker, and that's exactly what's going to get picked up as well. Good start for them, and a good hold as well. So, in a way, it's a plus and a minus. It's not the end of the world for Velocity, but for them, it's pretty much going to be the start. Because either they take this one, or they're going to drop down another round, and with the possibility of a 2-2 coming around the corner, and them having to go in for a...
Nice try, I guess. Overly ambitious, though.
It's a very ambitious peak. Not really necessary in this engagement because they know for a fact that they love to take aggressive control. And now that Amaterasu is also taking a back seat here because of a little bit of spam, it's falling apart. Right to Ace is not going to be able to find a single kill here. They're going to drop like flies, and with that, it's a 2-1 scoreline, heading on down over to a 2-2 soon enough. This 2 versus 5 scenario, it's not going to be favoring the defense whatsoever.
Over here.
Yep. This has started off well for VLT,
Spike planted.
but APH know how to cope with the game. They know how to outread VLT, and this push, well, sure. The guns were there on the side of VLT. It is a complete investment. There's still more than room for them to recover this part of the first half, though. There is, of course, that equalizer coming on the board. On the back of a fully clinical victory from the side of APH, it should also boost their economy, which will keep the momentum even stronger. They're just looking to take away guns from the side of VLT to make sure that in the following rounds, they can enter with some kind of safe security, knowing that there's only going to be sticks and stones ahead of them, which it's easy to turn and easier to burn.
Last couple of roundabouts. 2-2. They are going to be able to save out 2 of their guns at the bare minimum. The judge is still there in the running. And that's the thing here. You're playing it super aggressive outside of Hookah with an operator when you still have a judge player that can hold it down regardless of any other scenario. A little bit too much aggression from Velocity. It's going to cost them. But now that they do have the Bladestorm ready, the defenders, they're not in the worst of states yet to go in for a clutch here. But it all really does depend on how aggressive this retake is going to be going. And oh my god, Deathmaker spots on the head of Modsky. shuts him down cleanly with a dagger straight to his face. He's looking for more. Probably not gonna be able to find it though. He's not gonna be able to get it, and he also doesn't pick up the gun. Not being able to pick up this gun is gonna cost him here. Spam's gonna go on down through. He's gonna be able to get it, get himself out of that sticky situation, and with that full-on reset, don't even go anywhere near this sight line.
Look at action.
They're trying to rotate back into B, but look at Georgie. Georgie has the perfect timing, but no! He misses out on one of the players, but Georgie's now in the prime spot to get 3 more.
Yeah, 15 HP, but he can play this even more patient. Right away.
Oh, they know where he is.
Yep. Deletes him. Man advantage. And 1 phantom. 2 guns actually. Vandal and a phantom on their hand. They break the wall, and that means it's gonna be easier for VLT to snowball. A nice Hunter's Fury, keep them at bay. The trades though. Emin with the double of his own. A 1 versus 2. It's all on Amaterasu. He's already pulled up a phenomenal 1 versus 3. But it's not meant to be. 3-2. Action PH. Capitalize and recover from what was an uncomfortable and a sticky position.
Honestly speaking, Action PH, they nearly lost out on this eco round. And this eco round could have gone either way, but that's the thing here. Velocity, they had the advantage, but they just lost it by trying to go in for a little bit too much of an over-aggressive peak. Deathmaker could have instantly swung out and just not taken the fight on Hookah at all. That was a very dangerous fight for them to take. The fact that they risked it nearly did cost them the round there, but we're now at least going for a full-on reset. You have guns in your hands once again, but Marcel, he doesn't know the meaning of chill, man. He's still gonna go in for it.
He's gonna be able to find that aggression. And Marcel, is he gonna be playing that yin-yang game? Well, Deathmaker at least finds that trade. Sadly, can't translate that into an advantage. As yet again, it's Action PH with that man advantage and the advantage of cover. The Owl Drone tags 1 member but doesn't allow them to take the aggressive foot. The utility is just far too overwhelming from the side of Action PH. The wall, it's gonna completely seal the fate of VLT and send them packing back home. They're waiting for the next round, boys. Action PH double up on what they found and double up on their lead, as it's bound to be 4-2 now.
The Forensics scoreline, and now they're hunting down the last couple of players from Velocity. They don't want these guns to be saved, and rightfully so. If they are able to save these guns, it could be a little bit of a problematic situation, but still, they're able to survive. They're still able to hold 2 and 4. Couple of more kills to go round and about for their side. They have a little bit more economy, but these saves are giving them guns. It's giving them an advantage in the following round, OG, but then again, the advantages are not translating into victories at all.
The bigger problem, right? If you're able to get the kills, sure, good for you. If you're not able to translate that into rounds, suddenly you're in trouble. There's still more than enough room in the first half for them to recover. Action PH, using all the breathing room they can to build up this kind of momentum. And they know what's the repercussions of not doing this, right? We saw it on Breeze, where they might have gotten that initial first few rounds, but as soon as the momentum goes the other way, VLT do not like to take their foot off the gas. Now, the gas is as far away from the flame as possible. Netmaker has the opportunity to invest, but I think he's gonna go for a half buy and contemplate on reinvesting into that operator, which he should. Now, Action PH, their focus, shut down Deathmaker. He's been the playmaker for VLT. They've been doing that really well so far, and I love this Astral Nebula that's aggressive. It essentially baits them into playing this kind of position, and this needs to be Deathmaker getting a frag. Oh, Ash's back. Vandal playing aggressively. This is something that they might not expect. Oh my goodness. He gets yet another. 3 versus 2. The showstopper is out when nobody's around. This was used to potentially zone out the side of VLT. Luckily, they're not in a position to be zoned out. They're in fact zoning. Stab. Are you though? His trigger nappier than his aim. And that should be the game for VLT. It's all going to be how much damage Hellfighter can do. And it's bound to be round number 5. This better be the start of good times when VLT get on the 5. SRU confirms that final kill and makes this a good half. Secured so far by the side of Action PH. However, there's still a lot more in the bag.
These rounds are dropping like flies at this point. They need to change up their strategies. This is getting way too close for comfort. Velocity. Too many rounds being given up. Yes, I understand that last round wasn't equal, but still, you need to go in for a lead already. OG, just press tab. You're gonna see why I'm so scared. Action PH have enough money to go in for buys even if they lose out on 4 goddamn rounds. No eco advantage whatsoever, so you're constantly fighting at the brink of a loss. And Velocity, this is their buy. If they don't win this, it's all done and dusted. And if they need to win this in the most decisive fashion possible, they need to build their own eco, otherwise it's all done and dusted for them. It's over.
I'm still surprised that Action PH are sticking around towards the A side, considering the Viper ult is towards the TP. I assume that Action PH might be deterred and go towards B. Mind you, even on the back of this much Viper utility disposed towards the A side, it's still gonna be 3 members from VLT sticking around. The execute, it potentially could be upon us. And the delay from Amaterasu, it's buying all the more time. At this point, with 40 seconds left, the more they delay, time is going to be of the essence, and Hellfighter continues to spray, anticipating a repeat, but Testrak quickly able to deal with it. And lines them up and sends them packing. It's like a down vacation. It's not a holiday though. They can't afford a slouch. It's all business for Right to Ace, and he's looking for the head.
Beautiful.
Sends Emin to the medic's bed. A 3 versus 2, but with both APH members playing from Chars, it's gonna be hard for them to hold and play the numbers. And I think Right Away spotted both. Desrak, he's able to oh my!
Send them up to their graves, man. Right to A, spots them all out, sends them all back home. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's done and dusted. 3 out of 5 and Velocity, they're able to answer back. Action PAs, this round was a close one, but still Amaterasu with his own strong spray hold is able to take them all out. Beautifully done from Velocity there. But now, it's 3 and 5. It's slowly but surely building up your OG.
The amount of plays that Right to Ace makes, especially on this half, you can call him the Minister of Defense. He's the wall.
He's the right clutch.
Yeah, he's the wall that splits the side of Action PH from completely steamrolling. That incredible clutch in the pistol. This very crucial play that he pulled off right now. VLT suddenly in a position where they can contest for even more. Look at Marcel's cheeky play with the Ares. Dodging the boombot for now, but that's confirmation. Georgie falls back. Smart play, but not smart enough. As Marcel finds the perfect moment to play aggressive. In fact, Georgie was lining up for a paint shell on the back of that gravity well. He pulled out his nade. Yeah, he was put to the shade. Marcel, quick to reposition. A very smart play and a very good position to put that Ares to use. Yeah, he got spotted out. Gonna reposition. That's, however, utility outside and utility destroyed, right? Action PH, one of the only pieces of utility that gives them information is the Tailblaze. Now, the only other piece of utility they have is the Seeker, which means there needs to be a lot of important commitments if Action PH are to fold and win this round.
Not gonna be simple, but I do believe that because of a shock dart, that's gonna put a damper on their plans. Amaterasu is gonna be able to answer back onto one more. He's down to 10 HP though. Marcel needs to come in massive here with his own little bit of utility, but still Amaterasu, who needs HP? And who needs a teammate? Right to Ace is gonna be able to get one more kill for himself, add himself another one, not in the form of his enemies, but also in the form of his teammates, onto his tally. But for now, Motsky,
10 seconds.
that's clear remaining.
10 seconds
10
left.
seconds. He doesn't have enough time. He can try to go in for a plan, but Right to Ace, He's gonna try to justify the mistake that he made. Spots him out, pops him in the head, and says good day to Amaterasu and just gives him a pat on the back.
I think he just wanted another kill, so he's like, Amaterasu, you're not getting the squad, man. I'm gonna steal it away from you.
Yeah.
That's fine, though. They ultimately secured the round. Although having an extra gun would have been an icing on top of the cake, right? Something that they are lacking. 4-5 nonetheless. VLT, they're clawing this one back. They're just one round away from the equalizer. And they have two important ultimates up. They have the Showstopper and the Astral Divide. They have that Astral Wall, which can come in great during a clutch. And you know what Marzel can pull off with that Showstopper, right? We've seen clips. We know how lethal he could be.
Imagine picking
The
up
only
any
question
other
is
gun
when.
other than an Ares.
Don't go like that, dude. Don't fall to the dark side, my friend.
You know for a fact that my duo partner only picks up an Ares and for some reason just gives me a Vandal now.
I mean,
He's
that's
like,
you.
This is the meta, bro. Like, this is the meta, bro. You gotta play with the Ares. He tried to force me to use his Ares, which is a singularity Ares, mind you.
And look at the
And I'm
play,
like,
though.
no.
Look at this push. They've found real estate in towards lamps, and now with the commitment, they fall into Deathmaker's hands. The wall slightly lay on the commitment, and this is exactly what Deathmaker wants. Exactly what he's looking for. Oh, the dink. It pushes Deathmaker back, and nobody can kill him.
Oh my
Hate
god.
me. Ooh, he stays alive, but just by a slither of HP. The Showstopper and the Paint Shells gonna come in big now as it forces the aggressive stance. Modzki, he's gonna be playing on the back of his teammate's cover. There is that possibility still up. Modzki, though, he's gonna translate that position into a kill despite him standing on Venom. 2 versus 2. The backstab. Oh, he spots the leg. Can't put him to bed. Marzel tries to play this one aggressive. A little does he know, he's gonna meet his maker 6-4. That was a round that could have gone either way. A very good effort though by VLT, because that defense stood strong in the face of adversity. It was all down at timing. With the time being drawn out and with the plant already being down, the more seconds that passes is the more advantage and the more choke that Action PH could have delivered in that position, playing it a split with Tesseract going the backstab. They've called a timeout here. By the look of it, it's a technical timeout by VLT. It seemed like Deathmaker has disconnected. They've been reconnecting as well. Just gotta hope that this goes fast. Action PH, it's not like they're gonna lose momentum because they just won this round on the back of VLT, winning 2 rounds in consecutive fashion prior. At least they get a breather. It's been a marathon, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1, it came close, but sadly, VLT weren't able to edge a couple of situations out. And the same could be said about Team Action PH on Breeze. When we talk about Bind, things are dead even.
Yeah, we expected this as well. On the analysis segment, I was telling you that, okay, it's the map of Mind. Both of them statistically are very strong on this map. There will be a massive difference when it comes down to the terms of the composition because these two teams have very, let's say, varied playstyles. But that's the thing here. The way that all of these matches are being played out, the way that these rounds are being taken into consideration, both of these teams, they're constantly switching up their strategies, going in left, going in right, and that's the thing here. These wall placements from Tesseract are giving them such a good opportunity to completely cut down a site. And the fact that they're able to isolate these 1v1s and force Velocity into very uncomfortable positions, it's what's giving Action PH an advantage. But Velocity are able to answer back with their own calling, taking out multiple different sidelines of their own. The way that they're able to isolate the 1v1s and use the aggressive nature of Action PH against them is what's giving Velocity an advantage. That's why these rounds are going so back and forth constantly over and over again. But even in these back and forth rounds, can you honestly say that one team is winning out decisively? No, not at all. That's a problem here. And if they don't start finding an advantage here on this 4-6 scoreline, if this goes down to a 6-6, we could be looking at Action PH being in the best spot to win it all out because they're going to be the ones shifting over to the defense. And that's where the Sage is just going to get even more deadlier. But Deathmaker, speaking of something that's deadly, his operator, ooh la la, chef's kiss.
A 2-man advantage now. This has been the situation that VLT wants to find themselves in. Right ways, he's gonna drone out this aggression towards lamps. And they're just trying to play around with the cover. Look at the position RU has found himself in. So close! And right ways almost caught with his hand between his ankles. Right ways though makes it back. The Venom takes him down. They do not know the position of Hellfighter. This is not going to be expected whatsoever. The double TP. They're all heading in towards B. It's all on Marcel to commit the hold and to commit perfection. They can't do it. 1 versus 2. The Astral Ball comes in, but not soon enough. I think that flash should confirm Hellfighter's location. A 1 versus 2. The pillar of Velocity success needs to deliver, as he needs to break this crossfire. No stars. He's the only star that we can expect. Tap!
Oh my god.
Emin keeps his cool and sends Hellfighter to school. 7-4. As we approach the last round of the half, VLT are hoping to fight back, but they don't have much to fight back with. Their utility is gonna be bleak. Their guns gonna be inferior. Their minds need to outthink. That's the only way they grab this last round of the first half.
It's beautiful the way that they're playing this one. Hellfighter, he nearly got out the clutch. He played that down to perfection, but Emin, using the peeker's advantage to his own capabilities, he just instantaneously went in for a swing, and poor old Hellef had no way to react to that. Was too fast, was too quick. And with that last change-up, it just all broke down right then and there. Action PAs, their shots are just on point every single goddamn time. These guys and their raw mechanical skill, it feels as though no one can rival them whatsoever. But Motsky catches out a little bit of an over-eager depth maker. Went to go in for a push, but Motsky was a lot more wiser than that. Georgie spots out the judge. He's now not going to be going for any form of play on towards the other side, but Hellef with an instantaneous swing shuts down Georgie. That's going to be the 4-4 equalization that we really required, but the B side, it's completely empty, and it's all up to Amadeus. So if he's able to find a proper position for himself with this judge, he can't stop the push, but this execution feels almost unstoppable. There's no way you can stop this from happening.
They know exactly where Amaterasu is playing from. Emin, he's gonna check the other side. It's just misinformation that Amaterasu is selling, and he bought it. Right ways, looking to deal with the Sage Wall. Or you try to play aggressive on the back of that as well. Disposes of his poison to isolate that angle and push right ways towards an elbow push. Tesseract's gonna be playing in from Octagon, and Hellfighter. Oh, it's pressing to its hookah. I'm not sure if it's discovered just yet.
Oh, they do!
This is the spam that we talk about, right? The random spam. Tesseract, though, playing a little discipline. Now has all the advantage, but Hellfighter somehow pulls out the quad and gives Velocity their 5th.
That's just not gonna work out for you at all. 5-7 on the scorecard, ladies and gentlemen. A beautiful end to the first half. It's not the end of the world, I would say, but still it could have been a lot more better. Now that things have swapped over like this, that last round was just pure and utter brilliance from Hellfighter, being able to isolate all of the 1v1s, use his utility down properly to make the Viper vulnerable, and as soon as the Viper was vulnerable, go in for a little bit of a spam, catch him out, and then just take that kill. Yes, of course, right to Ace was not able to find anything, but he was able to give that little bit of information that Hellef needed to jump down from hookah, get that final shot off, because Tesseract, yeah, you second guess yourselves a little bit too much whenever you're holding down a 1v1 engagement from such an angle. That's going to be a problem. That's going to cause a little bit of a mishap in your play, but it's completely fine. Nothing to worry about. Take it slow, take it steady, because now it's a completely new phase of this game. You're going to swap sides. Your composition is a lot more stronger and it's a lot more deadlier. You have to remember, because there is a Sage now, this Sage can easily be pretty much the iron wall that Velocity could possibly not break. You gotta remember, why is Sage so powerful on this map? Primarily because she can stop any form of a fast execution heavy rush that could be coming in and stop the duelist from getting any form of backup. If you time your utility properly and if you time your slows, anyone who tries to push out of hookah is instantly dead. But let's talk about the first half a little bit more so we can break it all down. let's head on down over to the first half highlights. And OG, I want you to give me a little bit of a picture, an overall picture for everyone in general, of what really went wrong for Velocity, because this 5-7 scoreline was not an expected piece, but it's not a bad one at all.
Yeah, with the way Action PH have been playing, their mid round is so slow, where when they play around with utility, their aggression most of the time went unpunished. Meanwhile, when VLT try to play aggressive, you can see when Deathmaker try to play aggressively with that operator, which will be momentarily on your screen, how punished he was. That was not without any cost, right? As soon as they found that crucial round, they were able to fold on their victory, which is very crucial. They were able to build momentum earlier on, which understandably was hard for VLT to deal with. Once VLT got into their own groove, got into their own mojo, it felt like there was nothing stopping them, right? They've strung a couple of crucial rounds together towards the middle of the second half. And with the last round of the half going in their favor, it's a salvage operation that they performed successfully. VLT were in a situation where in the rounds that they were on the verge of winning, it wasn't them on a good economy. It wasn't them on a good buy. A lot of things could have been changed, but that's in retrospect. These are things that you can't walk into a game expecting. That's the difference here, aggressive. We can say all we want, but the way you play should fundamentally be the same. And that's something that VLT did. Again, Amaterasu, a big double, then right to ace. On the back of that revive, cleans up every single one. The numbers was neutralized, but right to ace, Minister of Defense himself, knows how to hold the fort. The only thing is, VLT, they're no longer going to be on the defense, right? They're going to be on the attack now. So the story changes. VLT, let's see if they're able to cope. After the death, Marcel had a nice giggle, man. It's good to see that the boys at VLT know how to take a nice pinch, because that was a pinch and a half that he gave to Amaterasu.
Yeah, he woke up immediately after that one. And the fact that Velocity are able to just get this 7-5 scoreline, they're going to be quite happy with it. No complaints there whatsoever, but for Action PH, they're in much more of a better spot than anyone else. Possibility of a 5-9 scoreline could be on the cards because the defensive round against the Sage is just incredibly difficult to get a lot of value out of. You got to remember that why is the defense hard against the Sage? Another thing, the heal just comes in so clutch in multiple different occasions because most of the gunfights that do happen in a pistol round are very scrappy. You're going in for a lot of body shots. It's always not going to be a headshot. And even if it is a headshot against the classic and if you don't have a ghost, you can instantaneously go in for a heal. So that heal, if it's cycled through properly, Action PH, they have a better opportunity to win out on this pistol. But then again, these pistol rounds will carry a lot more weight, especially on the second half. You do not want to go down for one round at all in any occasion. And on the map of Bind, multiple Thrifties are on the cards. Let's head on down over to the game, ladies and gentlemen. Everything is prepped up and done. And OG, with 30 seconds left on the clock, I'm expecting a massive rush from Velocity on towards that B side because that's where they like to hit it the most. But it feels to be a default play instead, with both of the controllers going on to A to sell a possible fake.
Possible fake, yeah, for sure. And like you said, the Sage, I think, is more relevant just due to the fact that when you do commit that wall, it allows you to play the numbers on the other side, right? You're allowed to play cocky on the back of the wall. You're allowed to play cocky on the back of the revive. If you come back after surviving all that cockiness, you have the heal. You have a lot going the way of aggressive play, but Sage, sadly, is only the facilitator for that kind of an aggressive play. You need an aggressive player that enjoys being in the thick of it. Marcel. Woo! Eats that dink like we eat burgers. But
They're making me hungry, man.
you know what? It's dinner time, but both these teams are hungry for victory, not a meal. And that's what they're going to be fighting for until the very end. With VLT, playing this one so slow, it essentially puts the onus on APH to push if VLT needs to exploit it. Even if they don't exploit it, they try to play around for information and then they base their game around that. Tesseract, swinging wide, and this is the kind of play that VLT are waiting to root out. Sadly, Hellfighter cannot punish that whatsoever, and Modski should be able to retreat to safe haven. 40 seconds in the round. Not much utility used by Velocity, sure, but not much gained in the first few seconds as well. The only thing that they did get is a bullet to the head on Marcel.
30
But on
seconds
the
left.
back of the wall, it keeps him safe. And he's ready to ball. Oh, no, that's big. That's big. Motski, he almost could have gotten that frag, but too little, too late. And man, run and gun, Grove Street style, but right away splits that to a stop. Hellfighter, instant train on the back of the vulnerability. It became so easy. Tesseract, beautiful time for him to play aggressive because there is support coming in from Hookah. This is a pinch and a... darn, this is the perfect pinch that they could have delivered. That trade... Yeah, that trade happened so fast that VLT were not able to cope with the action.
How did that Frenzy get that kill? No, just look at this again.
Oh.
No, this is not how it happens. I mean, you're an absolute madman.
Yeah.
How did he get away with something like this? He should not have at all. The Frenzy is not supposed to get spray transfer kills like this and get a headshot out of it as well while he's moving. All the stars align for this man.
Hey, come on, you got this, Georgie. Hey, dude, they're not even... Aww.
He was trying to go in for the boost, but Valorant's one of those games that just never wants to cooperate for stuff like this.
Well, talking about operation, I think this is going to be decapitation. If VLT walk into mid, walk into A short, there's nades, there's the utility from RU, there's also the Astral Well, and name it, Action PH have it. I've seen the spam work so many times, and every time RU wide swings this angle, it gives me chills. Ooh, they're heading in. RU, instead with the punish, gets the double, and this is going to be the hole that Chars finally gets punished though. And it's all on a Deathmaker. A close to flawless round so far. 12 HP is all that's left on Deathmaker. If he wants to do any damage, it's going to be very hard, and he's going to get only one shot.
Deathmaker. Possibly he's going to be able to spot out one player, but the crosshair placement's not going to be as perfect as he would have hoped for. It was on head level, but Georgie was holding for the crouch. 5 and 9. And now with the first initial Viron coming through for Velocity, the magic number is right around the corner, and if they're able to get it, the comeback could just be possible.
Possible? Sure. Plausible?
Plausible?
Yeah.
Maybe.
If this could be a punish, where Action PH are playing their bonus and they get punished by weaponry, sure. But I see that to be their golden ticket back.
Could just fall apart here if they're not careful, because now Velocity, they know that these bonus weaponry are just impeccable on this one, but Marcel catches out on the free fall. Moltke's gonna take a backseat. Emin's gonna be able to find that trade-off, but it's just not gonna be enough because the entirety of Velocity are able to make their way inside of the site. But look at Georgie, he's jumping up and down. But the Sheriff, not on that range. It's just not gonna happen. Georgie's just got caught with his pants down. That's gonna hurt him, but still, RU, beautiful lurk from him. Catches out one player, he's looking for one more. The Spectre should be able to sing here in this situation, but still Tesseract's not gonna be able to do much to help out his buddy. RU's position is already revealed. They're not even gonna peek him anytime soon, and RU, he knows he's royally screwed. Does get a better gun for himself, and now the real question is, does he want to save? Or does he want to go in for a fight and maybe just hurt the ego of Velocity as much as he possibly can?
It's a war of attrition now. Who's gonna survive the marathon and not zone in on the fact that it's a race? This might be the last half that we'll get to see out of the best of 3. And it's good to see VLT coming in with a resurgence. This crosshair from RU is
questionable.
It's like one of those old 8-bit games, if you remember what I'm saying. It looks like one of the textures that you get if it's buggy. Well, are you? No complaints. Man is delivering on a silver platter. Man is doing phenomenal. He's come in clutch for his team. Let's see what VLT can do now that they have won that X factor. We've mentioned that their win condition should be that punish, right? You need to punish that bonus. Cool. What do they do there on after now?
We're gonna see if they can get a little bit more value out of this, but for now, Tesseract. Look at his position. Deathmaker's gonna spot him. He just walks out and casually taps him in the forehead. How do people do this? I don't understand. How do people just walk out of a corner instead of swinging out of a corner and just casually get a kill? And Deathmaker just makes it look easy.
I mean, considering the practice he puts in, it's supposed to be easy. The spam. Follow-up by Marzel is good. It essentially forces Aryu into this fight now. A lot of utility.
Oh, dude, that shock dart saved his life.
It saved his life. It ended his life. Same thing, bro. At the end of the day, he's dead. Aryu is going to be talking to his teammate past the grave, and Marzel going to be thankful to right to ace. Motski has that phantom. He's going to commit to the safe. Has that option to backstab Charis as well, but I don't think he'd come all the way to T-spawn if he did not want to save.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, it's just another, maybe a couple of exit frags for him. That's
Spike
all that he
planted.
could hope for. Save out this Phantom, use it in the following round because you are going to need one Hero Phantom to maybe just give you an advantage here. But for Motski, he's not going to do out much. He's just going to wait. He's just going to chill. But now it's going to give us a little bit of a chance to just take a deep breath and recollect ourselves and see exactly what is going wrong for Action PH. Strong start for them on their scoreline of a 2-7. Sorry, 5-7. But now, what's really the main issue? I think that they're feeling the pressure of not having a proper sentinel to hold down a site. Yes, the Sage is really powerful, the Sage is really potent, but that wall allows you to just hold the defense very one-dimensionally. But if you get creative with the wall and maybe go in for aggressive plays with it, you can just possibly switch everything out. But I have not been seeing Tesseract use that wall for anything other than just blocking off a sideline. And I don't know if that's going to work against the team of Velocity's caliber.
There needs to be a curveball, right? There needs to be something that throws Velocity Gaming off. Right now, on the attack, they feel as comfortable as ever. Like you said, just walking into angles and tapping heads. Action PH. They're going to take a small tech pause here. Of course, in a tech pause, from what the original rules are, you're not really allowed to discuss things with your teammates. So with the small break that they get, they talk to themselves. They talk about how they mentally reset. They talk how they want to get back in this game. Sometimes a timeout like this is all you need, right? When you feel like the world is spiraling out of control and you feel like you're going with the world in that sense, you need to just breathe, take a back step, and see where you're going wrong. Like you said, it's been a little one-dimensional the way Tesseract has been playing the wall. Cool. They can change that up. What else has been the problem? They're falling prey to the mid-round and early round aggression of VLT. Okay? Isn't that exactly why they picked up that Sage Viper combo? So that they can hold? The point here is for Action PH to maybe delay. Once you delay, each tick of the timer becomes that much more precious because you know that the clock is against your head, and that's when you can see errors being forced.
And that's the moment where you know that Velocity, they're going to start making a lot more mistakes. And I'm really hoping that Action PH, they took this one pause that they do have to finally recollect themselves a little bit. They have stopped any form of momentum that Velocity had previously, but now that they're on this eco round, I don't expect them to win this. No one does. But if they deal enough damage, maybe they are going to get a little bit of a confidence boost. And that confidence boost alone should be able to drive them forward for a little bit more of a victory moving on down the line. It all really does depend on them being able to find that small sliver of information of how to get these kills. Playing it slow though, and I think that they're going to take our words to heart about playing it a little bit more differently. Delay the push. Hold it down strong, but Deathmaker, he's playing a dangerous game of his own. He can't stay for this fight because if he dies, that's one more free gun for the defenders. And the execution's just gonna fall apart. But Marcel, he flies straight into the side. He spots out one of those players. He's just gonna wait around the corner. He's trying to find this kill, but he's gonna dip out almost immediately. Ivan's gonna be going for the first initial kill. That's not gonna be more than enough. Georgie's gonna be coming in down through with the judge. Shuts down Marcel straight on his back. And it is gonna be a 3 versus 4 situation. The attackers, they're falling apart. They're not gonna be able to survive this one for long. And this just could be a thrifty. Everything breaks apart. And ladies and gentlemen, Action PH, they're thriving under the chaos. Tesseract looks for the final kill, and he's gonna be able to find it as well. Helef takes a backseat, and ladies and gentlemen, Action PH, they get double digits on the board in the most unexpected fashion. We were not ready for any of this, but Velocity, they dropped the ball here.
That was a thrifty steal. Not exactly thrifty considering there was one rifle, but you get what I'm saying, right? inferior weapon. For example, Tesseract with no armor whatsoever. He only had a ghost. That's the kind of Georgie. You're better off using a satchel than your teammate. There we go.
Much more reliable.
Not being jet problems, you know.
Bashed Georgie for not picking up the jet, I see.
Nah, he made the right call. He's doing a lot of utility damage, just that he can't make that jump. That's the only problem. And, you know, with the way Action PH won that last round, it was more about BLT dropping the ball than them doing something phenomenally right? They still played that mid-round aggression. They still weren't afraid to take those fights. They aren't going to play passive. I think that's what Action PH are going to yell out loud. Sure, that's how they're going to play the initial few seconds of the round, but they're not going to be afraid of picking and prodding across the map. With the way Tesseract's been playing, it feels like he's going to save that wall for the post plan or something along that lines. Normally, you'd see the Sage at least at a minute mark or something drop that wall, man. Right now, we're seeing none of that.
Poison's off. Toxin screen down.
We're looking to see a little bit more emphasis out of this utility, but the fact that there is a Viper spit on towards that B side, Morzels, he's gonna have a tough time trying to bring this one back. But before, we did see a play from Marzel where he just flew across the side, went towards the enemy spawn, and went in for a pincer play over towards
30 seconds left.
from the defender side at spawn. But Tesseract is playing a different game out here. That wall's gonna be beautiful to slow down this push, but still, will it be enough? That's a real question. Molsky from the sidelines, he's gonna make sure that it's enough, but no! It's not gonna bring me any form of value. They're gonna start falling apart here, but with only 40 seconds left on the clock, here comes the big fat showstopper. He's gonna try to deal the damage. He does get a good amount of tag down on the Georgie, but
The bomb down!
it's just not gonna be enough.
Tonight.
LF, he's gonna get this, and Georgie gets another slam down. Oh my god, Georgie!
Woohoo! There's the clip right there,
Georgie.
boys.
Georgie, he doesn't even need to see the planter. He just needs to get all of it down. Beautifully done from the side of Action PH. Denies the plan, gets all of the kills, shuts them down, and sends them back home. And Velocity, they know they dropped the ball in this round. This is why you never wait until the last 30 seconds for an execution. That's when you start making a lot of the mistakes. That's when you're going to be at the crunch for time. That is when your opponents, if they get that small little bit of an opportunity, if they find out exactly where you're planting, you're done and dusted. The countless hours that Action PH have put into the map of mine is already showcasing. Georgie know the exact spot where he needed to pre-fire to find that headshot. He went in for the wall bang, free kill for him. And now it's a 7-11 scoreline. Backs against the wall, Velocity. They don't even have enough money to go in for buys.
Yeah. I also love the fact that APH finally playing to the strength of their draft. They have so much utility to delay. So much. You have the slow orb, you have the paint shells, you have the boombot. If you decided to, you know, slow the enemy down, you have the tail blaze, which gives you information. The flash is a deterrent. The astral suck and the concuss is a very big problem on commitment. And of course, the Viper doesn't make life any easier, right? It's like a utility extravaganza on the end of Tesseract and Co. As that revive is going to be crucial for them to potentially hit map, match, and upper bracket finalist point. There is that guiding light available if they do want to play this one aggressive through B long. Not going to be the case though. Just two defenders on this B site, and it looks like Velocity, they want to bring the paint train to the B station. A lot of utility committed, and I'm not sure whether they know.
No, they know.
That's the wrong position to be in an astral form, though. And oh, Deathmaker whips Marcel in the right corner to aid his teammate. The man advantage.
Oh, they got it.
They're not gonna get a chance to use the revive this time around, my friend.
Spike
Bam
planted.
from Tesseract does not hit. Deathmaker is only gonna shoot when he can confirm a kill, which he can't, so he won't.
Here.
The ping.
He's gonna wait it out.
Yeah, the next time he hears a bullet, he won't be afraid to counter spam. And Right Ways knows exactly what the plan for Modski's. What?
Right to A's got
It happens, man. Sometimes it gets even the best of us.
Yeah.
It is what it is. And Tesseract finding a crucial frag. Now it's a 2 versus 2. Much more doable, but time is of the essence. He picks up yet another.
No.
A revive and a diffuse is more than possible as time boils.
Oh
so
my god. I don't think they have enough time. No time.
I'm not
Yes,
sure
yes,
what Moki's
yeah.
trying to do here.
Clutch.
Yeah, there isn't time.
He just believed.
They get all the kills though, so that's at least guns taken away the side of VLT, right? Considering that this is the first time in 2 rounds VLT are going to be investing their economy, it's going to be delicate. They have the chance to buy for another round, but if they lose this round, and mind you, if they lose this round, APH are going to be on map, match, and upper bracket finalist point. They'll also not have an economy VLT to fall back upon. Right now, until they hit double digits, VLT are going to be in a do or die situation. You mentioned that they have been champions in almost every tournament that's happened in India. This is the trademark of a champion. And Marzel, he blows Georgie to smithereens. He makes a painting out of his blood. They have the revive up though. They can equate this man disadvantage. They're gonna play double aggressive and hope for some kind of good luck. Modsky gets another, and this could be the beginning of the end. VLT sent back from the B side to the next round. Right to ace, very little he can do, and this is a flawless victory. A statement of intent. APH put out in the wind saying they're here to send and end Velocity's upper bracket run.
OG, you have me speechless. You sent shivers down my spine with that.
Man, I think APH are sending shivers down Velocity's spine because of the way they lost that last engagement at Hookah. They got that opening kill. Cool. They lost every single engagement thereafter. Mentally, when your teammate is on the verge of kicking you to the lower bracket with you having 4 rounds to come back, that's a hard L to take.
There's no way they can bring this one back for themselves. Like how? Bucky in the hands of Marcel, they are pretty much down in the ditches. They're still gonna be going in for these fights. Or you just get the final kill onto Deathmaker. Raid Boss has gone down. No more Jet, no more nothing. You have no way of trying to change this one around. 5 versus 5, 5 versus 4 retake story coming around the cards. 1 person on the flank. It's gonna be George. Shut down right to Ace. That's the first initial kill. The one foot in the grave. Here comes another one. Shows out the showstopper. He finds the kill. 1 by 1. They're shutting it all down. Action PH. They're looking for the last and final kill. The Bucky's not gonna be able to reign supreme. And ladies and gentlemen, it's all done and dusted. It's all over. It is gonna be Action PH moving on forward over in the upper brackets. It's all done and dusted. And now Velocity, they need to fight their way through the lower brackets here. A heartbreaking loss here, OG, but you have to say Action PH, they won all our hearts with that win.
They won all our hearts. They keep the dream of an upper bracket run alive in their minds. This was a nice and valiant effort from VLT. Although I can't help but think, what if they had that one silver lining in Haven? This could have been their 2-0. This could have been anybody's 2-0, in fact. Action PH, sure, they had a couple of slip-ups in Breeze, but it wasn't like they were runovers. It wasn't like they were just put to a side. They stood their ground, they took fights, and they made it a 13-8, which is a respectable scoreline. Just the same scoreline that VLT got taken out of the upper bracket in. You know, Bind, it felt like VLT had it together at several moments. But rounds like, you know, the round prior, where the Hookah aggression completely fell flat, those rounds are the ones that make you question this kind of strategy. And to some extent, it wasn't even strategy, right? You can see the game plan of VLT. It was solid. It's just the fact that they were caught. They had expectations of a duel maybe a couple of seconds later. They were honing in and ready for the timing. That didn't click, though. And at this level, that's the kind of plays that defines aggression, which you don't need to be a Jet to do. You don't need to be a Rena to do. You just need teamwork and you need to double peak. That's what APH did. And let's quickly head to the match highlights, ladies and gentlemen, because this happened to be a nail biter, regardless of what the scoreline suggests.
Dude, the way that Action PH were able to find so many different 1v1 engagements. Forget the 1v1s. It felt as though they were playing together as a complete and utter unit. And no real scope being given down over onto Velocity. They were also playing their hearts out. Every single shot that they were trying to hit landed with perfection. But it wasn't enough now, was it? Because a mistake from Velocity just brought them down multiple different steps. One mistake, that's all that it costed them. One mistake. It wasn't even a big one. Like, can you honestly tell me that Velocity made a lot of very, let's say, open-ended mistakes? It was not sticking out like a sore thumb at all throughout this
Yeah.
entire game.
It's about the fine details, my friend. And that's where
Yeah.
actually PH with their grit were able to find success. Again, no disrespect to Velocity, but this could have been a completely different story, right? A couple of these rounds, if it would have gone their way, a couple of crucial rounds here, mind you, there were 2 versus 2s that were completely winnable. And Action PH, you can say the same about them. Velocity were able to claw back a couple of crucial rounds that kept them contesting. And that's the tale of Valorant, my friend. Sometimes you can be equally as good, but lose without hitting double digits. So to all those people who assume that VLT might have just been a very unprepared team on bind, not the case, my friends. It's all situational. Like the round prior, you can say Action PH weren't that good on the whole. No, the recon came in. It's about timing, it's about utility, and it's about communication. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's a game. That's how it's supposed to be.
Now with that, they're just gonna keep on falling down like dominoes. It's a rough statement to make, but at the same time, Action PH, they showcased to us exactly why they are a top contender of a team, being able to take down even the greats in all of their fights. And I do believe when they go up against Kingsman, that match is going to be one for the ages. The way that Kingsman play and the way that Action PH play. Their playstyles hold very similar boats. And if they are able to go up against one another, I am excited to see what they're going to be bringing on down to the table. But honestly speaking, for this match at the bare minimum, Velocity, tough loss for them. There's nothing really much more you can say about it. They tried, they got the kills, they got the frags, but
A round like this is what I meant, though.
yeah,
Like look at that Hellfighter clutch.
like they have the capabilities of taking down Action PH. Today was just a game for Action PH to take it all away. Just look at that, the stars align.
These are the unfortunate rounds,
Yeah.
Things like this, it's easy to outstrat. It's easy to outread. But outdo, now that's a different story, because that's on the server and not on you.
Yeah. Sometimes the individual performances just completely shift up a team. And those type of individual performances are what gives you a win here. And both of these teams, they had it all. Individual, team play, map awareness, everything was present. But these are the rounds, like this round in particular, where they went in for an execute and it just all fell apart on an eco, mind you. These things should never happen.
I want
Ever.
to tell you something that I'm not sure if you realized yet, Aggie. The top fragger of this matchup is Tesseract, the Sage on the side of Action PH. And do you know by how many kills?
Wait, I didn't notice that.
24
Oh my
total kills. And
man, Tesseract was just having a field day today. Like, what was the... I don't know. He absolutely went full Battle Sage mode. We didn't notice the Sage be that impactful on the grand scheme of things, but the way that he was able to isolate all of these kills, I'm really surprised. Tesseract being on the top was pretty much absolute dark horse in my eyes as well, but let's head on
I
down
think he
over to
deserves
the
the
match.
match MVP, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he certainly deserves it. I don't see anybody who's gonna grab that away from him. There we go. There we go. The battle sage that we all need but don't deserve. This is Action PH's map, and this is his backyard. Tesseract, the way he played the sage is the way everybody should. You don't put that wall in the first second. You don't put that wall in even when 20 seconds pass. Our man, he saves it at the last 30 seconds. He saves it at the last 40 seconds when that sage actually has impact. When the slow nature of the round actually gets to your teammate, that's when you make things slower. You make evil concoction of pain, misery, dismay, and at the end of the day, not having the velocity on your side to push you through to
God
that set.
damn it. Oh, you just had to make a little bit of a putt at the very end. I love that. But the real meat of the action here was on the side of Tesseract. The way
Sure.
that he's able to find so many kills, man, I'm still amazed. When we were casting through this entire game, we were thinking of Georgie, we were thinking of Modsky being the sore thumbs just are sticking out every single time we see a play happen, but sleeper pickup being the Sage really did cause a lot of damage. But for Velocity on the other side, Deathmaker, he had a pretty good showing. 17 kills from Helef with 15, Marzel with 11, Right to Ace with 11, and Matarasu with 11. They all got to double digits. Every single player showed up on the server today, but at the very end, it's not the frags that gets you the win. It's the impact frags and also the team performance in general. In Action PH, for now, they were just a better squad.
Yeah, they were. They certainly were. If they had slightly better chances on the veto and maybe a little more preparation on Breeze, could have been a 2-0. But ladies and gentlemen, we've talked about the match MVP. Let's head to the series MVP, as it was the marathon that won Action PH this upper bracket finalist spot, right? And series MVP, even though Velocity took the L, it seemed like Deathmaker is going to take the W. 64 frags, all things put together. A very, very nice showing. I think Deathmaker couldn't have done more. At the moments it demanded it, he delivered, he brought in the impact. At the end of the day, this is the nature of a team game, right? Regardless how much you carry, regardless how much you frag, regardless how much you clutch, if your teammates aren't pulling up their slack, and if your team is simply being outmaneuvered and outgunned in a lot of situations, there is very little things that you can do to make sure that you, as a team, get the W.
Yeah. Then Velocity, they need to hear this as well. Constructive criticism is a must-have whenever you are improving as a squad. We criticize
Life.
both of the
That's in life,
teams.
my friend.
Yeah. Like, in general, constructive criticism is a necessity. And hopefully, even though they're going down over towards the lower brackets, it's
Yeah.
not gonna put them down in any way. They're still
Yeah.
gonna have to fight through Full Sense or Team Exploit. I don't know which team won out yet. We are casting this one, but the other match is happening off stream as of right now.
Yeah.
Whoever they face, we are gonna notice it all happen in front of our screens. Velocity, if they're able to take down either Full Sense or Team Exploit, it's gonna be an interesting affair. But
And let's look
let's
at
head
the
on
MVP
downward.
standings
Yeah.
as well, man, because it's gonna be shaken up with how today, when Georgie did not really have the best of days in terms of fragging, so he's still
Rafael,
gonna be behind Deathmaker. Rafu, he's still gonna be up and relevant. That's until Enigma finally succumb to that lower bracket pressure. And it's nice to see ZSB as well. So you have essentially three teams, three members from the lower bracket, and the only member from the upper bracket is going to be Georgie, who's in fourth position. So even if they do end up winning the tournament, they're going to be playing against scary teams tomorrow. It's going to be hard, regardless, to see how these teams progress. You talked about constructive criticism and the ability to take it, right? Before we head off to bid farewell, I also want to bring up the fact that it needs to come from inside. What we say, what the chat says, what any community member says makes no difference to them. It's all about reflecting on yourself and becoming the best version of yourself so you can go out
Yep.
tomorrow, be a star, and be a killer at the same time. Let's quickly head to
Sure.
the map recap in case you joined us maybe throughout the second map or third map. In case you're lacking context of what happened today, it's Action PH continuing their upper bracket run through the Zotac Cup as they send VLT down to the lower bracket. The only Indian team which were in the upper bracket now vanish. And yeah, it's going to be an action-packed day tomorrow for sure.
You know for a fact that the do or die will start to begin.
Yeah.
Let's head on down over towards the bracket, just as you stated. Tomorrow's gonna be a big day, and we can already see which matches are gonna be coming in.
Oh, Full Sense took
Oh, wait, Exploit took one map against Full Sense. Okay, I didn't expect it to be that close. Team Exploit, they are a good team, but to take a map against Full Sense, that's actually gonna be a pretty interesting affair. I wish we could have watched that game, but honestly, I would give nothing. Like, nothing away. Velocity versus Action PH absolutely stole away my heart. But tomorrow, we do have both of these games. Velocity Gaming versus Full Sense. Enigma Gaming versus Enigma Galaxy. I am not going to be casting that game. I'm going to let you deal with all of the name games there.
Yeah,
And
it's going to be fun.
I'm honestly excited. Both of these matches look to be the closest affair. I don't know how else to put it. I can't really put my finger on which team is going to be winning here.
Yeah, Considering the way full sends have been looking,
It's not the
it's
best.
yeah, it's essentially like when the god bleeds, you know that it's possible to finish him off, right? Maybe Velocity Gaming, with their performance today, with the review of what happened today, could be a better Velocity tomorrow. Certainly possible. Full sense, they're gonna go head to head with them, and it's gonna be super fun to watch that upper bracket grand finals, upper bracket finals. That's gonna be grand in and of itself. Both
Mhm.
Action PH and Kingsman, I enjoyed the games that we had to see today. Kingsman did not fail to deliver in our first best of three matchup, and Action PH, it was Action PACKED for all I'm concerned.
God damn it, dude. That's actually the perfect one. Perfect wording, perfect strats. And at
Yeah,
this point, tomorrow, we could be in for a sensation as well.
yeah,
Velocity versus Full Sense, Enigma versus Enigma Galaxy.
that's
I think that the picture has been
fire.
painted. And OG, tomorrow,
Yeah.
tomorrow is going to be where the real fun begins.
It sure is, my friend. It's been a pleasure today, though. We've gotten to see two intense best of three, so I'm gonna get really good sleep today. Yesterday, I was kind of struggling,
Mhm.
not gonna lie. And it's also time for you guys to take a break. So that concluded, we would put the show to an end. It's been an amazing day. Hopefully, tomorrow is more action packed than today. This has been the Zotac Cup, ladies and gentlemen. And it wouldn't be possible without our sponsors to bring you all this action packed Valorant extravaganza. So, a huge shout
Mhm.
out to our sponsors. NVIDIA, always out with the best graphic cards in the market. Crucial, they can be crucial to your success, all pun intended. Corsair, to be equipped with the best peripherals to go hand in hand with the best game that you can put on board. And if you
Yep.
can play better, if you can feel better, you sure as hell should be able to see better. Hence, go
Yep.
in for the LG Ultragear monitor. They for sure will not cease to amaze. For now, it's going to be me and Aggressive taking a leave. We need to bid farewell, ladies and gentlemen. So good night, take care. Do drop a sub and the bell so you do not be late for the important games tomorrow. A little birdie told me that it's easier to do with a notification. So yeah, you know what to do. We know what to do. We'll see you. You know where to find us. Good night and take care.